Okay, thank you. All right. I think before we move ahead with our normal agenda items, I think that there's a few introductions that are appropriate tonight. You might like to meet some of the new employees of the city's Planning and Development Services Department. We have two new ones from Planning and Development Services, which I'll introduce to you, and also one new member of the City Attorney's Office who will help us while Hella is out of town on vacation. But I'll start out by introducing Brad Mueller, who's the new Director of Planning and Development Services. And Brad, if you have a few words, feel free.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Driscoll. I was able to meet some of you virtually briefly at the last meeting. I had just started at that point. I'm some 6 weeks in now, so finding my bearings a bit better. Just wanted to thank you all for the welcome and also all staff and the community at large. I've been meeting with many people already. I did also want you all to know, board members, that I'm planning and hoping to connect with each of you individually by phone just to get to know you a little bit better and let you know a little bit more about me and ask any questions you might have of me or share your thoughts about general board matters. So thank you again. Look forward to talking with you.
Well, thank you. And we also have Christopher Johnson, who's the new manager of our the big picture planning in the city. And Christopher, if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure, thank you very much. And I will reflect Brad's comments and thank you for having me here. And I'm very pleased to meet all of you. I'm a little bit, I have a little bit further tenure than Brad by a couple of weeks. I've been on the job now for 2 months. Came from the private sector, actually many years working with Becky Zimmerman from Design Workshop, who's on the call tonight, and then spent a brief period of time with the National Audubon Society, and most recently have spent 5 years working for the city of Denver on zoning updates to implement urban design and affordable housing regulations within the Denver zoning code. So I'm thrilled to be here and working with Kathleen and the rest of the team and serving alongside Brad as part of our PNDS management and leadership. So thank you very much.
Thank you and welcome. And we also have Elliot Browning here who's with the City Attorney's Office. If you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. My name is Elliot Browning. I'm a former legal intern for the city of Boulder. Most recently, I've been in private practice working for a small firm that represents local governments. In the city attorney's office, I'll probably be primarily working with the planning board and supporting Hella. So look forward to working with you all.
Great. Well, thank you. Okay, I think most of the other faces are known to us by now, so we can move ahead. The next item on our agenda is consideration and possible approval of the minutes of June 23rd. Has everyone had a chance to review them and offer their comments to Amanda? And if folks like what they see, then I'd be interested if there's a move to approve them. Is there a motion?
I will move to approve the minutes.
Great. Do we have a second? Looks like Mark is raising his hand. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Looks like unanimous approval, and congratulations on to the composer of these minutes. That wasn't so easy. So, okay, we'll move ahead. The next item on our agenda is public participation. And this is the section of our meeting where people can offer comments to the planning board on any issue except those on which we're holding public hearings tonight. And there are two of those. One is the public hearing and recommendation to City Council on acceptance of the 2022 Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And the other is the public hearing and consideration associated with the East Boulder subcommunity plans and consideration of the changes proposed by the City Council. So if you have any comments on those, please wait and until we have the public hearing comment sections on those specific items. Otherwise, we're eager to hear what you have to say to us on any other issue. And Brenda will be managing this section of the meeting.
Thank you. Yes, if you would like to speak, now is the moment to use that raise hand button that I referred to earlier. If you've just joined us, you can find your raise hand button either at the bottom of your screen. You might find it in your reactions menu. Just click on that button and then a menu will come up that includes a raise hand button. If you're on the phone, I do see we have one participant on the phone tonight. You can press *9 to indicate that you would like to speak if you're on the phone. And I have one person who's raised their hand at this point. I'll also keep an eye on the Q&A box. If for any reason you're having trouble raising your hand, you can reach out to me in the Q&A box and indicate you would like to speak there. But we will start with Elliot Dickerson. And Amanda, if you are ready with the timer, I'm going to go ahead. Oh, Elliot, your hand went down, but maybe I'm going to go ahead and enable your microphone. You should be able to unmute now if you wanted to speak. If you didn't, you can just unmute at this point and let us know that you will be speaking later.
It relates to East Boulder. I'll speak later. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for letting us know. All right. At this point, I do not see any other. Oh, there we go. I do see Lynn Siegel. Lynn, I am enabling your mute button and you should be able to
be the last. I like to be the last word, but so I always wait. You know, y'all know, y'all know my ways. But it was interesting. Let me see, because I got here in exactly 5:59 from my race getting here, and I was so hot outside. I managed to get an entire hot shower first to wash off the salt, and then cold shower so that I can wake up, you know, like from this heat. In the time that it took for you to say about reactions, I still had time to dry off when you continued on with this stuff. All you have to do is put that stuff in a disclaimer box. The person checks their name on it and done. It's so fast, it's so easy, it's so simple. And Mr. Chairman, his name's John. That's quick, 1 syllable. Cuts 3 syllables. It's amazing what syllables will do. But, you know, time is always an issue at these meetings. I always hear you like, it's late, we got to go. So let's make it really efficient on the way. Now, since I always am the complainer, the curmudgeon, like my dad was, he's dead as of 2010. He knew Kurt, John's dad. But anyway, so dad was a curmudgeon. I'm a curmudgeon, but I'm going to say something this time. I'm going to tell you a story. It's a nice story about a bunny in my front yard. And the bunny is digging in the dirt to make himself a little hole because it's so hot in the summer. And under the fir tree, and he digs the little hole, then he lies down, and then get this, I kid you not, I'm serious. He crosses his hind legs, crosses them, and lays in the hole. Now, is that a cute bunny story? I mean, that is so amazing. I wish I had my camera, but I'm so cold in the winter. You know what? I've got $1,000 credit on my Excel bill, and God forbid, we're gonna have Excel go away in 2024, 2025, the first off-ramp. Remember the off-ramps? We're going to get in the off-ramp. We're leaving Excel. We're getting away. I don't turn on the heat. So in the summer, I don't turn on the air conditioning in the winter. I mean, in the summer, you know, and it was cold and my camera fell into a little bit of water, just a tiny bit, and it came back, the whole camera. Finally, I mean, the phone came back, except for the camera. It has the the one you can take of yourself, but not the other camera. And I couldn't justify getting a whole new camera, and they can't fix them at the Fix-It clinic. Okay, now what we need to talk about with the planning board, it's so critical that Chris is here, because Chris has done planning zoning in Denver, and we need something that will not take away our Meningers. No taking of Meningers or the Arts and Crafts Co-op Gallery. We got to have some zoning that will save the culture of this town. Done.
Thank you.
And at this time, I don't see any other hands up, so I'll do a last call for anyone who would like to participate in open comment tonight. Just use your raise hand function now. All right. I think we are complete with open comment.
Okay, thank you. So the next item on our agenda is a discussion of dispositions and call-ups and continuations. I don't think that we have any tonight unless there's any dispositions that other board members want to bring up. Seeing none, we'll move ahead to our public hearing items. The first of those is a public hearing and recommendation to City Council on the acceptance of 2022 Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan and action on the proposed amendment to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan Parks and Recreation Master Plan Summary. And we'll start out with a staff presentation of those with the opportunity to ask if board members want to ask questions of staff. That'll be followed by a public comment and thereafter board discussion and decision. So please take it away, staff.
Thanks, John, and planning board members. I think we're just getting the presentation loaded up here and we'll get started. Okay. So my name is Chris Franglos. I'm a senior city planner in comprehensive planning. I'm joined this evening by several key members of the Parks and Recreation Department staff, including a few members of the consulting team who help support the development of this project. I'll go ahead and allow our staff from Parks and Rec and the consultants to introduce themselves throughout this presentation. The objective of this agenda item is to consider the 2022 Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The board's going to be taking two actions this evening. First is going to be to provide City Council a recommendation on acceptance of the draft master plan. Second is going to be to approve the amendment to the Bbcp Parks and Recreation Master Planning Summary in Chapter 6 of the Bbcp. This is largely a house cleaning item and is simply just updating outdated language to better reflect the summary of this plan. As John had mentioned, after our staff presentation, we'll hold some time for some clarifying questions before moving into a public hearing. After the public hearing concludes, the board will deliberate and provide a recommendation to City Council on acceptance of the plan and take action to approve the amendment to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan Summary. Okay, so when it comes to department master plans, it's the role of the planning board to review master plans specifically for consistency with the goals, policies, and growth projections of the Bbcp. The planning board reviews master plans to ensure coordination and integration among department programs and goals, while also making a recommendation to City Council on acceptance of the plan. Next slide. So to provide a bit of background here on department master planning, at the highest level, department master plans establish the overall mission of the department. They establish policies, priorities, programming, service standards, and facility and system needs. These plans are one of the primary implementation tools of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. As you can see in the diagram to the left, Parks and Recreation Master Plan is heavily informed by not only the Bbcp, but also the community equity, sustainability, and resilience framework, the pillars of our organization. Further, key citywide strategies and commitments, such as our racial equity plan and climate commitment action plan, have influenced the recommendations and policies presented in the plan before you. Ultimately, the master plan is prioritized and implemented through the annual CIP and operating budget processes. So the diagram to the right describes the city's process for department master planning and capital projects, including their overall implementation. These are the general phases outlined. The column to the left describes the overall level of community engagement at each one of these phases, while the column to the right describes the overall level of design detail that can be expected. As you can see, phase one is where the majority of our community influence is had at the master planning level. Next slide. So with that background context, staff has identified 3 key issues to help guide the board's discussion this evening on this item. The first is the master plan consistent with the goals, policies, and growth projections of the Bbcp? Does the master plan outline the Bbcp service standards and a plan to meet them in the future? And finally, does the plan describe and assess capital needs and a funding plan for them? Next slide. We'll go ahead and bring this slide back up at the back end of this presentation, along with those 3 key issues that we have before the board this evening. But wanted to go ahead and just describe and share with the board what the suggested motion this evening on this item will be. It's going to be staff's recommendation to have planning board make a motion to recommend to city council acceptance of the 2022 Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan and approval of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan Parks and Recreation Master Plan summary. Next slide. With that, I will hand it over to Allie Rhodes. Allie is the director of our Parks and Recreation Department. I'll allow her to introduce herself a little bit more and help describe the overall process that this plan went through and the intent of it. Thanks. Go ahead, Allie.
Thanks so much for that, Chris. Folks, like Chris said, I'm Allie Rhodes. I have the honor to manage our community's parks and recreation system and the incredible team that makes it happen. We're very eager to be here tonight to talk to you about this master plan. For over a year, we've been dreaming about the future of BPR with our community. And like all strategic plans, this one is bifocal with a future focus on all that our community could be as it relates to parks and recreation, but a very close look at the realities on the constraints of our system and how best to deliver services for our community. So tonight, we're going to give you an overview of the project, how we got where we are, our key focuses, and then actually the meat of the master plan, the initiatives and the capital planning. Joining me tonight in sharing these findings with you is Regina Elsner, who is our Senior Manager for Natural Resources. That is her current role. However, for the past 6 months, she's also been our planning manager and helping in a variety of ways. So I'm incredibly grateful for Regina's leadership and expertise. We're also joined here by our consultants with Design Workshop. The project manager is Eric Krongold. And then I think someone mentioned earlier that Becky Zimmerman has been the principal on this project. She's also the CEO of Design Workshop. So we're very grateful to have them with us. So if we go to the next slide, this graphic is one that we've created to help communicate how we come to a master plan for our community, right? A master plan, what you all know is city speak for a strategic plan. We've used the same 3-pronged approach here that we used in our last master plan, where the recommendations of the work in the plan are balanced upon inputs from community engagement, research and the subject matter expertise of our team and consultants, and then the policy inputs that we get from our advisory board, yourselves, and city council. All of these inputs are synthesized and balanced considering the other. This input includes coordination with city departments to ensure that our work considers larger citywide initiatives. And this ring around the outsides represents the idea that all of our work is considered through lenses of sustainability, equity, and resilience to ensure that our work is furthering citywide priorities. And so I mentioned earlier, we've been on this road for over a year. I think someone mentioned that master planning in a pandemic is pretty noteworthy. And I would highlight that our team has done an incredible effort getting community engagement, both virtually and online, and a few in-person opportunities we're really grateful for. So we kicked off this project in 2020 with some initial delays due to the pandemic. Throughout this process, we followed the city's standard approach to master planning in the information gathered, deliverables presented, and engagement with the community. The process that you see here is the one that we have implemented and was first presented to council in December of 2020 and refined based on their feedback to ensure a focus on engagement with the community. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board is the board specifically appointed by council on matters related to park land and parks and recreation operations, has been heavily involved throughout the process to provide input and guidance. The engagement I want to highlight has been very also macro from the level of we've done a statistically valid community survey, but we've also done lots of micro engagements that you may remember were successfully used in the open space master plan, where we target small micro engagements with communities, specific communities where we need to over-represent or over-outreach to ensure they're included in the process. This has included community members from low-income neighborhoods, unhoused individuals, and our first ever bilingual community community meeting hosted by members of Brenda's team. It was incredible for us to hear firsthand and in their own language feedback from members of our Spanish-speaking community. The other thing I'll highlight is that there's been ongoing collaboration with other city departments through the Master Plan Coordination Committee and one-on-one focus groups to ensure alignment between our department and the strategic work of other departments. In April, we shared with you an 80% version of this master plan. Since then, we wanted to highlight what has changed in this draft that you see now. So what we've refined with non-material changes are some of the plan alternatives, the graphics. We've addressed over 400 comments from various members of our team in the community, some of them very non-material related to copy editing, grammar, conciseness, some of them helping us improve readability and clarity. We've also addressed some feedback around equity and the term Latinx, and I think we've addressed that maybe in your memo, but if you're curious about that, there was a comment that the term Latinx is in fact not used by the Spanish-speaking community for lots of reasons, but it is used in the English-speaking community. And our glossary now highlights why the city is using this word and also highlighting that it is up to all of us to identify with the language and words that make most sense to us. What we've added since that 80% version are several pages highlighting the climate emergency and BPR's role in addressing and mitigating against climate change. We've added key performance indicators to help us hold true to the work that we say that we're going to do. We've added an executive summary that in your version is not yet translated to Spanish, but will be in its entirety. And we've also added a glossary and works cited. The master plan itself is organized around the 6 key themes that were developed in 2014 with the community for that master planning process. And one of the first steps in this process was to check in with both the community, our board, and city council if those themes were still relevant today. And they confirmed that they are. So these themes are community health and wellness, which is all about taking care of total health, physical, emotional, and spiritual health, taking care of that through our parks, facilities, and programs. Taking care of what we have represents the community's interest that we prioritize our investments in investing in existing parks and facilities and data-driven asset management. Financial sustainability represents the need to balance many demands, sometimes competing demands, with our existing resources, and the need to focus on core services and priorities of the community. Building community and relationships recognizes that communities are stronger when people are connected and neighborhoods are strong, and also doing all that we can to support social and cultural equity. Youth engagement and activity highlights that our community wants us to focus on our youngest community members, and that engaging youth with services that connect them with nature and opportunities to close the achievement gap make our community better. Organizational readiness is all about our workforce. We say all the time in the city that our most important asset is our team, and this theme is all about everything that we do to recognize that we cannot achieve anything without a talented and engaged workforce. This also outlines the work we need to do to ensure that our systems are able to provide the data-driven decisions and system that our community expects. So with that overview, I'm going to hand you to our project manager, Regina Elsner, to talk about where we are and where we're going.
Thank you, Allie. I appreciate it. So next, I'm going to really walk you through where we are today. This is the data and information about our community and from our community, and about our system that has really helped influence the recommendations that are presented within the 2022 master plan. One of the first things we began to look at is how our services are distributed across our community. Specifically, we looked at 3 different metrics: the acres per 1,000 people, per 1,000 residents, which is a nationwide standard metric for parks and recreation, and really trying to understand what that metric is for our system. We also looked at the percentage of residents that are within a certain proximity to our parks and playgrounds as they relate to metrics that are found within the Boulder Valley Comp Plan for urban parks. And then the third metric that we looked at is the percent of tree canopy, as was introduced in our 2016 Urban Forest Strategic Plan. These metrics being three things that we really want to make sure that we are looking at throughout our system and understanding. This helps us to better understand our future discussions of having equitable distribution of parks and recreation services across the city. Beyond understanding how our services are distributed across the system, we also took a close look at how our services are funded and what condition our facilities are in. Utilizing the results of our statistically valid survey, we were able to answer the question of how to balance who pays for and who benefits from our services. And generally speaking, that guidance from that survey helped us to understand that the larger the community benefit, for instance, programs intended to benefit people with low incomes, people with disabilities, and older adults, the greater the contribution for funding of those programs should come from tax sources rather than user fees. Similarly, knowing the community's prioritization of taking care of our existing system, we looked closely at the current condition of our facilities and calculated the facility condition index. This is something I'm sure you're familiar with from the facilities master plan. Based on the 2021 current replacement value of all of the facilities in BPR's inventory, our current facility condition index is 0.07, or good condition. And this highlights the previous investments of the department to make progress in addressing our maintenance backlog, keeping the system in good condition to continue to serve the community. This graphic ties together the total financial picture for BPR. The column on the left represents BPR's current funding levels as determined by 2016 through 2019 averages. We intentionally excluded 2020 and 2021 due to the incredible variance we saw in funding due to the pandemic. The column on the right is the recommended funding level that we need to achieve asset management recommendations for investments, recommended spending for urban forestry based on our, as I mentioned, the 2018 Urban Forest Strategic Plan, as well as funding to require to continue our recreation service levels and programming. The clear fact is we're not doing everything that we should be doing. And in fact, as prices continue to rise, wages continue to rise, and the overall cost of doing business in Boulder increases, we continue to fall behind on basic operations, maintenance, capital repair, and refurbishment. Maintaining only the current level of funding will require difficult conversations with the community about right-sizing our core services and the expectations from the community. So we know where we are, but where are we going? And what is the information that we are going to use to help us to make informed decisions into the future? One of the things that we measured quite clearly in this master plan is looking at our proximity to parks and playgrounds as it relates to the metrics in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. This helps us to ensure that we're maintaining levels of service for our parks and playgrounds with the growing populations. The current map that's on the screen shows accessibility to Boulder parks and recreation parks and playgrounds. The lightest green areas are those within half a mile walk to neighborhood parks larger than 5 acres. And the mid-colored green shows areas within approximately a quarter-mile walk to playgrounds. We acknowledge that this analysis was focused primarily on the BPR system, but we recognize that this is only part of the story as it relates to the parks and recreation opportunities in Boulder. There are Boulder Valley School District and open space properties that provide similar services, but are not included in this particular analysis. But regardless, this mapping helps the department start to look to identify gaps within our system that we need to identify where to focus our resources and our efforts to fill in those gaps. As Ali mentioned before, equity was a huge focus for our master plan. And so we knew that we wanted to understand equity through a spatial lens. And so one of the items that we looked at is working with our consultants. We wanted to actually identify areas of need throughout the city. To identify those areas, we sought data that could be reliably analyzed across the city, but still protect the privacy of individuals. We created 2 index maps, one for environmental need that identified areas of the city with lower tree canopy and higher average temperatures, and then one for income need that incorporates data on affordable housing and city financial aid recipients. When combined, the resulting map shown here shows hotspots throughout the city where the need for services, including parks and recreation services, may be higher. This mapping, combined with the previous mapping, can help the department prioritize areas where investment in services can have the most impact. So next, we want to talk a little bit about knowing where we are today and where we want to go. How are we going to get there? And so this is really that forward-thinking strategic part of the plan, focused on the work to come in the next 5 years. I really want to highlight here, again, the focus that we had on our interdepartmental coordination to understand really how our departments throughout the city can work together to achieve citywide goals related to the policies of the city. Here we also focused on the fiscally constrained plan alternative. This is really our commitment to the community and what we aim to achieve in the next 5 years within our current funding levels. We break our services into basically 3 areas: parks, facilities, and programming. So the plan alternatives as it relates to parks for the fiscally constrained alternative specifically looks at how are we going to continue to maintain our assets at that 0.07 FCI that I mentioned earlier. This means things around looking at how we are investing in renovations of our parks and our playgrounds, looking at restrooms, and thinking about specifically our urban canopy and how do we continue to focus on the health of the urban canopy and all of the ecosystem services that that canopy provides. The fiscally constrained plan alternative for our facilities really focuses on the facilities that we have. Among the alternatives in this alternative is things like our courts, thinking about our tennis and our pickleball courts, and really maintaining well the courts that we have within our system. So thinking about how we are investing our capital funds in those maintenance and renovation costs, but also seeking to maximize use through joint use agreements and other partnership opportunities for our courts. And then finally, our programs and our services. And this is really where we get to focus on those services provided to some of our priority populations as identified throughout the master plan. So thinking about how are we providing financial aid and reducing barriers to access for people with low incomes. Thinking about our expand programming and how are we continuing to serve the recreational needs of people with disabilities within our community. And then also funding the important work with our teen and our youth, and how do we bring them into our system to maintain their total well-being, that mental, spiritual, and physical health that Ali discussed earlier.
So this slide represents what we call our master plan promise, that in this chapter of the master plan, we reiterate words that were in our 2014 plan that we've held ourselves to each year as we develop an action plan and report out on it to both the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board and the community, how we've advanced and made true the work that is outlined in these plans. And basically what we are saying is that our master plan process is that we will implement the fiscally constrained alternatives of this plan and the initiatives they're outlined in. Recognizing the planning board's purview, we didn't highlight necessarily the initiatives of the plan, but in the plan itself, we outline a substantial amount of work associated with each of the 6 key themes that will be incorporated into that annual action plan. I want to highlight for you that our team conducted stakeholder interviews with key partner departments to draft and review those initiatives, ensuring again that our work aligns with and augments work happening across the city. And so each year during this annual action planning process, we consider where we are, what's most important next, and then we make commitments for our work for the coming year. In addition to this plan that we did not have in 2014 are key performance indicators. So we worked with our subject matter experts across the department. We looked at national standards with our consultants at Design Workshop to develop key performance indicators to help hold us accountable in these commitments to the community. Data and metrics will help us track our progress over time. I want to note that while these KPIs are department specific, we'll continue to contribute to citywide metrics as appropriate and related to goals around sustainability, equity, and resilience. So for example, as it relates to sustainability, we've highlighted how we're going to try and reduce the carbon emissions of our recreation centers. However, we continue to pay attention to vehicle miles traveled and the work that we can do to reduce some of the emissions from our transportation system. So with that, that wraps up our overview of this plan. We're eager to answer your questions and hopefully support your recommendation of this plan for City Council's acceptance. And so on a process note, I'll just highlight that the next step pending your recommendation to Council would be their discussion on Thursday, August 4th. And from there, we look forward to get busy doing the work that this plan outlines. And so the questions for your consideration in your deliberation are, is this plan consistent with the goals, policy, and growth projections of the comp plan? Does the master plan outline service standards and a plan to meet them in the future? And are the capital needs and funding sources outlined in the master plan? So with that, we're here for your questions, and then you'll host a public hearing and your deliberations.
Thank you. That was a quick and beautiful presentation, so good for you. So I'll open it up to the board. Does anybody have questions of staff on this matter? ML?
Yes. Hi. Thank you, John. Thank you, Ellie and Regina. That really was very elegant and covered all the highlights. Thank you for that. I have two questions as a result of the information. One was when you talked about community engagement, you talked about engaging the unhoused residents. Can you talk a little bit about what that looked like and what was the takeaway from that?
Yeah, I can definitely talk about that. So as part of we conducted 4 windows of engagement associated with the 4 different phases within our project. And specifically, we engaged with members of the unhoused community in our needs assessment phase of the project, really trying to understand how they use our parks, what they need out of our parks and recreation system as members of our community. And how we engaged with those community members is we actually went and held micro engagements and tabling events in the Boulder shelter. So we were in the shelter with folks as they were checking in for the evening. And so some of the outcomes from that engagement really highlighted sort of, as I mentioned, what are their needs related to parks and recreation, access to restrooms, and things like that really help to shape some of the goals and initiatives, and understanding how our parks and services can really be accessible to our entire community and not just our housed population.
I want to add just one note on that. The how of that, ML, is that the tool we used was developed out of a planning institute in California, and it's a multi-step process. The first step that we facilitated with this was just talking about values for parks and recreation system. And we asked questions of these folks about, do you value the green space? Do you value feeling safe? And what we learned is that members of our housed community, their input on the values for park and recreation system are very similar to other members of our community. The next step in that process that we didn't complete in this master plan, but is outlined as initiative, is to talk about behaviors in our public parks, both with members of I'm sorry, I have to just call out. I have a puppy in my office. I thought she would be asleep on the floor, and she's playing with the doorstop. So I made a bad decision, and we'll just all ignore her and she'll go to sleep eventually, right?
The only bad decision is that she's not on camera.
I
We
was
want
gonna
to
say,
see her.
are you gonna show us the puppy? She's pretty ridiculous, Rocky Road. But I thought I'd be able to get away and just like play it cool, but So the next step in the process that's outlined in the master plan that we didn't get to was talking about behaviors across our community. What behaviors do we think are okay in our parks? This has been modeled in other systems, and it becomes a way, I imagine that folks who are on the planning board are aware that this is a pretty polarizing topic in our community. And our intent is to have a multi-step conversation where we can develop some common values and behaviors for the park system and hopefully address some of that polarization and help everyone feel more safe and welcome in our parks.
Was there a takeaway on the input? And I'm understanding, one, that the unhoused people that were part of the process were folks who were making use of the homeless shelter.
Correct.
Okay, so, and then number two, was there a pattern or some big takeaway to their responses?
Really just what I highlighted, that they similarly value our parks and recreation system and want it to be a place where they feel safe and welcome. Regina, feel free to add, but I think that was the key takeaway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing unique from the rest of us. Great. I have one other question. When you were talking about plan alternatives, can you expand a little bit on the civic area? I didn't quite understand what was identified there as the civic area.
Sure, I can handle that. So for the civic area ML, there is a civic area master plan. It was approved by council in 2015. It outlines a phased approach for development of the park. And what we're saying with this master plan is that with our funding, we can continue to try and activate the park. The Arts in the Park series that we've run for 2 years now is a great example. To continue implementation of the civic area master plan requires additional funding. And so an example of that, in 2021, Boulder voters approved the next round of the Community Culture Resilience and Safety Tax, and a named project was Civic Area Phase 2. So that's an example of where BPR funding isn't enough to implement that next phase of the master plan, but the CCRS is coming along to help us achieve greater than fiscally constrained alternatives. And so I don't have the page number handy for that, but if in the master plan itself, you'll see for each of these lines, there's a fiscally constrained alternative. That's what we can do with our funding. There's an action scenario where if we were to get some leveraged funding like CCRS, what could we do? The vision scenario is a completely unfunded wish list. It's the community's complete set of hopes and dreams for the system. Does that, did I get there?
It does. Basically, you were talking about the civic area plan development, which, as you say, was voter approved, and it's been in process. Phase 1 was done, and et cetera. Okay, I just wasn't clear exactly what that was referring to. Thank you so much for your answers.
And I will, just because I just found it while you were talking, if you go to page 89 of the plan, you'll see that with additional funding, we can continue to develop additional elements of these plans.
Great. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? I'm looking and, oh, Mark, go ahead.
Thanks, John. Hi, Allie and Parks and Rec team. I have some kind of mundane questions dealing with kind of following on to ML with bathrooms and trash cans. And, you talk about polarizing and, no one likes to see trash in our parks. No one likes to see feces and everything else in our parks. And at the same time, we have a kind of a push-pull relationship with the idea of, well, if we have trash cans and if we have bathrooms and we attract the unhoused. And anyway, so my question is in envisioning the future, is the vision, and I as I went through the plan, and I very well could have missed something about it, is the vision for our parks to universally have trash facilities and restroom facilities, or is the vision that they won't have those things and will struggle. We may not struggle with the cost of maintaining those things, but we'll struggle with the result of not having those facilities. So if you could address just what the vision is going forward for trash and restrooms.
Regina, I think I'll take this if that works for you. I'm zooming out, Mark. Our vision is that each park has the amenities that are appropriate for that park. Rocky says hi. So the vision is, for example, Mark and I happen to live in the same neighborhood where there are 3 incredible parks, right? Some larger than others. The smallest of the parks is a pass-through park. It's lovely. My dog and I love it. But most of the visitors to that small neighborhood park are people walking through. A trash can there would be lovely. It's convenient, but in a world of finite resources, not necessary. By reducing trash cans at locations such as this small park, Catalpa Park, we can provide more in areas where we have seen heavier trash, such as downtown in the civic area. So our hope is that we are right-sizing services across the system. So I mentioned trash, right? Some areas need more than others. Eben G. Fine Park needs a whole lot of trash collection. It needs a whole, right? We've got many containers and we service it twice a day on the weekends, right? That's different than Catalpa Park. So no, it's not universal. With restrooms, similarly, Catalpa Park does not need a restroom, right? I live a 5-minute walk away and can use the restroom at my home. In the civic area, yeah, we need more public restrooms. The civic area master plan calls for another restroom on the east end. We would love to see that happen. And with CCRS funding, I hope that it does. I'll note that since 2014, we've added year-round public restrooms in the civic area. There's the new restroom that is just just west of the main library on the creek path. We've added a year-round restroom at East Boulder Community Park. We're about to winterize the restroom at North Boulder Park, which functions really, as a heavily trafficked neighborhood and community park. We could talk about restrooms all day long, Mark. We wrote a lovely 10-page IP on it once, but tell me if I can say any more that would be helpful.
I guess, does the plan, it seems like the plan's a little silent on this issue. And is that by design, or am I just missing it?
I think you're missing it, respectfully. Okay. If you go to page 89, we actually specifically call out restrooms. And we say that with our funding, we can maintain our current level of service where we have restrooms year-round available in our largest, most heavily visited parks where we schedule activities. And as we refurbish them, we're going to transition them to be universally accessible. With adding more restrooms requires more capital. It also requires more annual operating budget. So most of our year-round restrooms, the service to ensure that they are safe and clean is about $30,000 a year. So the capital expense, this community is incredibly generous and willing to find the capital. The operating can be a challenge. And so the 20-year total cost of ownership on a restroom is around $700,000. That is what it would cost. So what the master plan is saying, if that is what this community would like, a higher level of service for restrooms, there either needs to be more money or there needs to be a trade-off somewhere.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to just jump in here and pursue this topic a little bit further. To what degree has there been any consideration given, perhaps in collaboration with other departments within the city dealing with social services and so on, about making existing facilities available to those who might need them? I'm thinking, for example, showers in the pool buildings and recreation buildings. The pool might be closed, but the showers one could imagine that would be a valuable service to homeless folks who don't have other access to that hygienic and sanitation facility. Obviously, there'd be a significant cost associated with that. But to what degree has there been some consideration of that?
Yeah, there's incredible, in my opinion, there is strong coordination among city departments to, we talk regularly in our department and in the city that our work around, addressing homelessness and addressing encampments has to be a both and of, we want to provide services for our most vulnerable community members, and we want to make sure our public spaces are safe and welcoming for everyone. So on the providing services side, we talk regularly, sometimes daily, with my colleagues in Housing and Human Services. We've talked about the showers topic. The truth is the Boulder Shelter for Homeless provides showers as a service for anyone, even if they're not currently in the program or in coordinated entry. And that's the interest, is that folks, as many touch points as possible, they're connected to coordinated entry in the city's regional approach to homelessness. And so there's not been an interest in expanding shower service because it's available. I am not an expert in this topic. I learn a lot of information, and that's what we talk about with our colleagues.
Right. Just not to engage in a debate on that, but it's available at one limited location. And so I'm just wondering, when we have the potential to use facilities with some modification to add to those options, obviously there'll be pros and cons in different locations and costs associated with it. But it just seems to me that there might be a possibility of expanding the provision of those services. Anyway, I didn't mean to debate that. Lisa, you had your hand up.
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to do a check. Mark, you said you had many mundane questions. We talked about bathrooms, and I guess I should trust the chair to facilitate. I don't know how it works with.
Yeah, I have a comment that I'll say to after questions, after public input, and I have a comment, and I'll save it for that. Thanks so much for asking, Holly.
Yeah, so I have an operations question as well that's specific, but perhaps a nice example that highlights, I'm sure, incredible challenges that you're facing across a lot of areas, and that is around lifeguards. I'm the mother of a small child, and in mom groups on Facebook, one of the things you see all the time in summer, especially when it's hot, is constant complaints about pools being closed, and there's not enough lifeguards, and there's not enough hours, and you can't go at this time, you can't go at that one. And so my question is not about the challenges of hiring, but I was curious whether you've looked at doing something creative, and I realize that this would take resources as well, but I'm thinking of the Junior Rangers program for OSMP. I've also been looking at daycare and preschool programs for my child, and Boulder Journey School, for example, has a program wherein part of how they keep their staffing ratios high and their ratios low is because they're partnered with CU Denver, and they're helping people get their master's in early childhood education. And so they have this constant influx of learning teachers who are, coming through. And that just got me thinking. I wondered whether Parks and Rec already has an existing program or has looked at something like that, where, instead of it just being like a $15 an hour or whatever lifeguard job, that it's something that really is more than that and ends up being something really remarkable that you can write your college essay on and speak to and show that you had some leadership experience or anything else creative, I guess. I'm just curious what approaches, if any, you're currently doing or have explored for addressing staffing shortages.
Sure. Lisa, I'd be happy to forward you some of we're reporting out on this topic regularly to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board and City Council. It's of heavy community interest. What I'll tell you is that while our team has not tried every idea in the book, I'm certain there are ideas, that we'll get to. As of December last year, we chartered folks from across the department to provide more resources to this issue, because we are regularly seeing, that the challenges of lifeguard staffing were not getting better. They were getting worse. We were regularly decreasing service hours. So we set a reasonable service level based on the staffing we had, and we chartered what we've called Aquaforce. So we have 3 teams from across the department working on staffing recruitment. Where do we find people? We have the lowest number of job applications in trackable history. How do we get more people to apply for these jobs? Some of the work we've done, we did 3 hiring fairs this year. We do a lot of recruitment with the various user groups and swim teams. So recruitment is one topic. Retention is another. How do we make sure that, in your example, the 15-year-old who gets their first job with us, how do we make sure they want to come back the next summer and that they're getting additional skills and leadership experience and having fun, frankly, so that they come back, right? Because the more we can get people coming back every summer, there's the less of the recruitment challenge. And then the third piece that we've worked on is just service optimization. If we have X amount of guards, what does it make the most sense to operate? And the easiest example, the East Boulder Recreation Center on weekdays is open more often than the North Boulder Recreation Center because the natatorium, the pool shell, the leisure pool and the lap pool are in one space. And you can with one guard look at 5 people, even if they're in both bodies of water, where at North, they're separated by a wall. So to your specific question about youth, I think the team's been very creative and will continue to, this is a long-term issue. The governor has a pools initiative, which we appreciate the recognition and support on this topic. We applied for the grant. We're testing some retention programs, a referral bonus, a stay bonus. So for every hour folks work through September, they'll get a bonus when they're done. We also have, we're calling it, I forget the work hard, play hard bonus, where we have a lot of lifeguards who work 10 hours a week. If we could get them to 15 or 17, we could open the North Boulder Recreation Center pool 5 days a week, right? And so we're piloting these programs with the grant so that next summer, based on the results of those, we can build on them. Back to your question about youth, the other thing I want to share that our team created, we do have junior guard programs. So someone as young as 14 can be a slide attendant, right? You have to be 16 to be a lifeguard in the state, but at 14, you can be a slide attendant. At our job fairs, 14-year-olds were knocking down our door because there's not a lot of jobs for 14-year-olds. So we're continuing to look at where can we alleviate the demand on the qualified, highly trained lifeguards so that we can get more water open. The point I do want to highlight is the value. I see comments about, well, why don't you just open the pools? The private clubs do that, right? That's pretty complicated for a governmental agency. There's governmental immunity that has different ramifications. The other thing I want to point out is twice last year, our lifeguards were first responders and provided an AED support and literally saved someone's life. And so the need for qualified, trained staff is so important. We've done incredible work this year. It wasn't enough. We're going to keep working. Statewide, the directors and I meet regularly, and we are committed to learning from each other as we all test and try different things. And then nationally, there is a lot of attention on this topic. So I again, probably said more than you wanted, but what I guess I hope you all hear and any community members listening is that we're not okay with the status quo. I personally hate that Spruce Pool is closed. It's my favorite place to swim in the summer. But I think our team has done an incredible job trying to manage what is a very hard situation.
Okay. Other questions? I have a couple questions I'd just like to check with you on. One is to understand clearly how the forestry department deals with the issues along the greenways, which are not formally part of Parks and Rec, I understand, but the responsibility for that is often unclear. And I wondered if you could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so I can touch on that a little bit as the senior manager for natural resources. I also supervise our forestry team. And so within the purview of our forestry team is not only the public trees on our Parks and Rec properties, but they also manage a number of other public trees throughout the city and primarily within road right-of-ways. Along the greenways, we have sort of a shared management agreement with greenways, so to speak. So we work and coordinate very closely with the greenways department on our the management of the trees along the greenways, because there are specific needs as it relates to floods and making sure that that downed wood and things that are coming down are creating flood issues, and especially in flooding conditions that they're going downstream and creating debris. So it is a highly collaborative effort between our forestry department, or not our department, our forestry team, and other city departments, specifically greenways. So
just as a specific example, along 2 Mile Creek at where Iris meets Broadway, there was recently a car accident where a car drove right into the creek on the west side of Broadway, just before it goes under, which is a small greenway going up from there past Foothill School. And it took a long time, say several weeks or a month, to get all the remnants of that collision cleaned up. And there's still some cleanup that hasn't been done there. And I am unclear about who's responsible for that. Some of the trees, there was some minor damage to trees there, but there's other vegetation which probably doesn't count as trees that was also affected. And it's unclear to me who would be dealing with that.
So as I mentioned, trees in particular are sort of a shared management responsibility. I think that we would look to sort of the Greenways department to help us understand where the work is that needs to be done. If there is ever, so our forestry department is very good, or our forestry team is very good about taking, in particular, inquiries from Inquire Boulder, and sorting through those and prioritizing where there are safety hazards and where there are other needs related to the health and well-being of our urban tree canopy, and looking at those trees, work orders on trees and understanding. And then if it is not necessarily directly within their purview, they will reach out to the appropriate other city departments to work through the collaboration about what needs to happen. But as far as if there's other debris from a specific accident, that wouldn't necessarily fall to the forestry team in particular, because that is not Parks and Rec property. Allie, do you want to add something there?
Well, I was just going to add that, John, I don't know if you're familiar with on Inquire Boulder, which is just our, our customer service online platform. We'll submit a work order and just check in on that. I don't know the status of that particular item, but I think Regina's done a really great job of talking about the general responsibilities.
Okay, well, thank you. I think at some point it would be good to get clarification and be more explicit about who actually deals with issues of that nature. But I understand this isn't the place to do that.
Yeah, and John, I'd be happy to talk with you offline, because my understanding is that there has been specifically mapping in our asset management software to address this exact lack of clarity. So I might not be fully up to speed, but I think that we've tried to address that ambiguity internally.
Okay, good. I had one other point that I just wanted to inquire about, and that is dealing with the level of service. You had, I think, in the beginning of your presentation, a very nice map showing levels of service and basically the needs and the levels throughout the city. And that was an issue. And I noticed that one of the areas of town that has the greatest need and the least level and the lowest level of service is, for example, around the Diagonal Plaza area, which has been recently dealt with in terms of rezoning and redevelopment. And my comment there is just that although that point was raised in our considerations, it was not really addressed ultimately. And I would say that I would encourage your staff to participate actively in the consideration of those types of issues that are being considered by the city, because that is the time at which land and decisions can be made that actually have an impact on the level of service in an area of that nature. So I just wanted to make that point to you and encourage your active participation in those issues.
Was that a comment, or would you like a response?
Oh, if you have a response, that's great.
Well, I was just going to note that the sub-communities are really helpful, right, to look generally at the system, but project by project, and if you look at proximity, that area, Diagonal Plaza, and to also just highlight that Parks is a part of design review for most projects. We're able to provide input on vegetation, forestry, parkland. But for that particular project, if you did proximity mapping, there's several parks that are within both the quarter mile and the half mile. And so it could be, well, that's a whole separate project, but I would just caution us to make decisions about the system on the sub-community level, because we do also need to look project by project.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, I think we can move ahead into our public hearing section of this hearing. Brenda, would you like to manage that?
Absolutely, it will be my pleasure. So this is the time that if you are here as a member of the public and have comments on this topic, not yet on the East Boulder subcommunity plan, that will be later on the agenda, but on this topic, we now invite you to use your raise hand function. As described earlier, if you've joined a little bit later in the meeting, you can find that in your reactions menu at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You open that menu and there should be a raise hand button there. If that button is hard to find, you can reach out to me in the Q&A box and I will be happy to put you in the queue that way. So at this time, we invite you to use that raise hand function. For our community member on the phone, that's *9 for you. And we can take comments. I am not yet seeing anyone. We have one person with their hand up at this time. So we will go ahead and begin with Paul Coleman. Amanda, if you don't mind putting up the 3-minute timer, then we will be able to get rolling with the comments. Paul, as I unmute you, I will ask that you identify yourself with your first and last name. And just checking in on Amanda to get the timer up. I can always share a timer with my screen, but I know that that's no one's favorite way to do this because it's difficult to see other faces if I'm screen sharing.
Sorry, everyone. I'm ready to start it when he's ready.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Amanda. Paul, I am activating your mute button. You should be able to unmute now. Again, please identify yourself with your first and last name, and then you may proceed.
Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Coleman. I live in South Boulder and Shanahan Ridge, within walking distance of the South Boulder Rec Center. And I'd like to say, first of all, I think Boulder's parks and recreation centers are fabulous. Having used them over the last 50 years, I've really enjoyed the system, and I think you've done a great job taking care of it. But I'd like to address the unhoused situation. I think as much as possible, we should be integrating unhoused into every facility. That when we separate them out and make them go off in their own little ghetto, that's not the way we should treat people. That's not a good thing. And that the experience of diversity, of being in a park or rec center with different people, brings people together. It doesn't drive them apart. Whereas if you start out with the assumption that we don't want these people, then you wind up driving people apart. So I'm all for using or making available the facilities of the Parks and Rec Department to everyone, and not trying to sort people out by their housed status. And that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, and thanks so much, Amanda. I am not seeing other hands at this time, but do want to give a beat just in case anyone does want to put their hand up. Lynn, I do see your hand, so I will enable your mute button now.
Okie dokie. Now, Paul is very civilized, but he's my bud. Paul is. Okay, so let's see. The first issue here, water. I always like to talk about water, but you know, all these things are taking us big resources. The more homeless we're creating in Boulder, with the more policies that you have, not on this subject matter, right? But the more subsidies that you do for this high-end development, the more there's wealth inequity, the more homeless you have, the more the problem you have for Allie going to Health and Human Services to recruit ways to get this money, to get these things going for all the homeless in Boulder, because there's more homeless and there's more and there's more. And it is like an attraction. I agree with Paul totally. I agree with him. They need to be on the same, they aren't any different than all of us. We all inherently know that. I think we all do. Seriously. We could be that in our next life, you know? So the thing is, it's money. And as long as you're subsidizing these developers, you're going to get more of this inequity. Now, it's one thing if you just want to throw a lot of money at it. You know what we paid for that restroom in front of the courthouse? $6 million. Oh my God. You know what? Allie, I don't know what you folks are doing. Where are you getting your bids? To run a restroom is $700,000 a year. Where's my calculator on my phone? How much is that a month? Oh my God. Seriously. To run a restroom, $700,000, $6 million for a restroom. And you know what? We have porta potties on the back of that restaurant, the restroom, right there at the courthouse. Okay, why do we have porta potties? Because some homeless person, and the more homeless people you have, the more intensity of stress, and you get incidences where someone pulled the lavatory out of the wall, okay? And then they've had troubles since even being able to fix it. There's big problems here when we have to have porta potties sitting next to a $6 million restroom. What is it? Where's my calculator? 700,000 divided by 12. What is that, folks? Something's wrong here. 700,000 divided by 12. $58,333 a month to run a restaurant. Now, Ellie, does that include the cost, the bulk? Is that just the maintenance? Is that the capital cost of the restaurant?
And your time is up, Lynn.
We need to know answers to these kind of questions, you know? Thanks, bye.
Okay.
All right, at this point, I don't see any additional hands up. So I believe we can close the public hearing.
Thank you. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion. Do we have any thoughts on this topic? Laura, sorry it took me that long to see you there.
That's okay. It took me a while to find the raise hand function and I couldn't. So I just did the what do they call it? The real world version. I wanted to actually ask if Allie wanted to respond to anything that she heard in public comment, if that's okay with the chair, because I saw that there might have been some information that could be clarified.
Yeah, go ahead.
Laura, thanks so much for that opportunity. One thing I wanted to point out that I missed in my response to John about his questions about showers for the unhoused, I did want to highlight, we have a program called Requity. It's our program to ensure that our facilities are accessible to anyone. We believe that as municipal parks and recreation, that is our role. The Requity program is funded in part by our general fund subsidy, but really in part also through grants that we compete for annually through the Health Equity Fund. One way we've expanded that in the last few years with greater need is that we do provide free passes to folks who have a letter from their case manager at either Together or the Boulder Shelter for Homeless. So I wanted to clarify, I guess, add on a little bit about the shower question. And then to answer the question on bathrooms, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify the comment I made. So I was talking about total cost of ownership. So when we build something, it's our responsibility to consider the total cost. You can build a restroom for $400,000. That includes the structure, the connection to city systems, and all of that. To then operate that has to be part of the consideration. Annual cost for a restroom to keep it safe and clean is about $40,000. That includes custodial service and repairs that happen. I'll note that the bathroom mentioned at 9th and Canyon has cost twice that this year because of frequent vandalism. So we need to figure out how to build bathrooms better, and we're on top of that. We missed the boat with that one. But so that's $800,000 was the number I mentioned over 20 years for a total cost over 20 years of ownership of $1.2 million. That's the number we have to consider when we consider adding restrooms.
Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate that. I don't have a lot to say about this item. I really appreciated the presentation by Ali and Regina. I learned a lot. I thought it was very clear. I thought it was a very efficient, effective presentation. So thank you very much, not only for the tremendous amount of work that went into this master planning process and all the outreach that you did, but also for condensing all of that into a nice, short and sweet presentation for us here tonight. I did want to call out a couple of things that I want to give a big thumbs up to. I'm really glad that you were able to do both a statistically representative survey, which, you know, those are rare. We can't always do them, but they're so helpful. So I'm glad you were able to conduct that. And then also do the micro engagements on the populations that are small but important in Boulder and hard to represent in a statistically valid survey because they are a small portion of our population. So thank you for going the extra mile and doing that. Also really loved the work that you did with equity mapping and the income need prioritization. And I really appreciate the philosophy that I'm hearing around the equality of all members of our community and really trying to make our community, both our parks and rec facilities, attractive and available and a safe, welcoming space for all members of our community. I really wanted to highlight how much I appreciated that. I don't have any concerns about the plan. I don't have any suggestions for changing. And so when we get to that portion of our agenda, you won't hear much from me, but I wanted you to hear how much you are appreciated and some specific kudos for some really, really great parts of your effort.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'm having trouble seeing the photos of folks, so.
ML has her hand up.
Okay, ML, go ahead.
Lisa, I'm not sure if you had your hand up before me.
Go ahead, have the floor, and I'll come sometime after.
Okay, great. So I have a question that is kind of coming from a stewards of the land insofar as the relationship to the parks. And so I'll speak the key issue number one. And precisely, I'm interested in, I love the way you actually broke down the plan. I really appreciate it. I'm interested in the taking care of what we have component, and there's something on page 90, page 112, and the goals are on page 113. So I recognize that Parks and Recreation has a responsibility to take care of the Boulder Creek path and the civic area. And on page 132, it's kind of under the big how we'll get there. And it's talking about the key performance indicators. And so what I'm curious about, and this would be page 132, under the taking care of what we have, comprehensive maintenance maybe, or investment in parks and facilities. I'm looking at Boulder Valley Comp Plan 2.23, which specifically talks about the Boulder Creek being supporting the unifying urban design features and that sort of thing. And then 3.08, which I think is a little more direct to what I'm scrolling here through the comp plan to get 3.08. So public access to public lands. So it talks about that lands provide a means for educating users. They include areas for recreation, preservation, unique natural features. Public access to natural lands will be provided for all of the needs of the people in the community, except where closure is necessary to protect areas from unacceptable degradation. So I don't think that there is a person in Boulder who hasn't expressed a concern over what happens on our Boulder Creek path. And I'm speaking on behalf of the land, right? So the fact that there are needles there is human waste. We talk about the Salinas Trail and all the dog waste. That's a different problem, and that's not even the city. But the Boulder Creek path has been, for the most part, unavailable to a large part of the population because it feels unsafe on many levels. And I am curious. I think this is as much a question as any. In the Boulder Civic area, there was a big investment in phase 1. And I'm not sure how many people have gotten an opportunity to truly enjoy that new design and those park areas because of the way the land is being kind of taken over and used. It kind of excludes a lot of the population's use. And I think it's degrading the land. I think the Boulder Creek banks have been highly overused and are degraded by that. And I'm curious as to, I know that my concerns aren't targeted to any particular population or the actions of a population. I think I am concerned about the land itself and the pressures that are being put on these particular areas, the Boulder Creek path and the Boulder Civic Park. And I'm wondering what Parks and Recreation, what thoughts do you have? I was looking at it in regards to, could there be a KPI that speaks to those two Boulder Valley Comp Plan policies that starts to put the onus on how do we allow overused areas? How do we bring them back into health? It's a question as much as a concern, and if you could speak to that, I would love that.
We could probably spend a whole meeting talking about that. I'm going to address what I think is your question about KPIs targeted to impacts on the land related to overuse others. That is a very specific outcome, not, I believe, a Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan item. One thing I'll point out is that on August 4th, City Council is going to be discussing the city's coordinated holistic strategy to try and provide safe and managed public spaces. So again, I talk about the both and. We talk a lot and spend millions of dollars on services for the unhoused. I understand we have not solved homelessness, right? So I'm not pretending that. We also are trying to balance that safe and welcoming public spaces. We published an IP on June 7th to council that you can reference, or I can email to you, where we do have outcomes specifically related to this goal that our public spaces are safe and welcoming to all. One of the outcomes that we're tracking there is that waterways are free of contamination. So ML, I would suggest that the answer to your question lies in that specific topic and under the purview of that coordinated team and council, and not necessarily in the Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan. But I would encourage you to check out that item. I'm happy to email it to you. You can see that there is data being tracked to try and both connect folks to services to support people who are unhoused and address some of the impacts and symptoms of homelessness that we see in our parks.
Yeah, you know, I purposely didn't point out to any population because I really do think it's a land problem. I think what I'm talking about, because the Boulder Creek path is under the purview of Parks and Recreation, what I'm wondering about is, what do you take as your responsibility to take care that that land is not overused, overstressed? It's a huge, it's a huge concern on a lot of levels. And I agree. I don't want this to be about, you know, homeless and encampments and that. I want to go, let's get to the role that Parks and Recreation can take, which is stewards of the land.
Sure. Let me tackle it a different way. So we, with the pandemic, certainly, and for years, the Boulder Creek corridor, Bbcp Park, the whole riparian corridor has been a source of recreation for our community. We see this in anywhere there's water across the state as more and more people are using public lands. One of the items on our work plan that we've not had capacity to get to is a Boulder Creek management plan. Our colleagues in Golden, I think, did a really nice job with the Clear Creek management plan that looks at how do you balance protection of the riparian corridor and the sensitive ecological, there's a ton of valuable resources along the Boulder Creek corridor. We manage it from Bbcp Park to 55th. And the Boulder Creek management plan would look at what are infrastructure enhancements that would help protect some of that corridor, that would help facilitate recreation access in some areas to protect others, right? So ML, I think my answer is it's coming. We're paying attention to that. We haven't had the capacity to address the overuse other than through management and operations strategies, but our hope is that this Boulder Creek management plan will provide the operational and capital recommendations that would protect it. I think Bbcp is a great example where you have areas that are protected and fenced off to protect sensitive habitat, and then areas where we actually enhanced the access, right? The civic area phase 1. So the civic area between Broadway and the library is another great example where we eliminated some of the weed trees and created more access so that then other areas are protected. Regina, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that's exactly what I was going to add, Allie. And then to kind of build upon that is similar to the civic area phase 2 that was funded as part of the CCRS tax by voters in 2021. Another named project within that voter approved tax was the improvements to the Boulder Creek corridor. So coming out of that planning effort, as we identify those capital and operations needs, that those are identified as part of to be funded out of part of that CCRS funding as well.
So am I understanding that there is in this master plan, there is no specific location for the management of the land along that corridor? And I took it to read that the KPIs were the means by which you were saying, okay, these are the performance indicators that we're going to try to meet. But the two things you're referencing aren't in this master plan. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. So as we were developing the KPIs, what we were trying to identify were several 1 to 2 key performance indicators for each of our key themes so that they could be sort of an overarching indicator that's department wide measuring our success. And so rather than very specific related to specific properties or related to a specific program necessarily, but really trying to be a bit more overarching in their view within those key themes. And so we are tracking data well beyond these KPIs, but these are really the KPIs that we wanted to include in the master plan that can really speak to, like I said, our overall departmental performance in tracking progress across these goals and key themes.
Thank you. I really appreciate that you have a taking care of what we have component, because sometimes we get all ambitious about a big vision and forget, hey, we've got all these kids at home we got to feed, and that comes into that's our job. So I appreciate your answers, and I think because it's such a big concern and a big public, there's a lot of eyes on that Boulder Creek path, that it just seems to me that it would be nice if some gesture was made to, hey, we do realize that this is under our purview. We've got it covered over here and over there, or something, so that people don't just assume, well, who's in charge? It just, yeah. Thank you. I'll mute myself now.
Okay, Mark, you're next on the list there.
Okay, thanks, John. I think the first thing I want to say is I second the accolades that Laura spoke to. As I read through the plan, and I've been involved in the formation of the transportation master plan. I just have to say that the Parks and Rec master plan, it's nice to have a plan that is both aspirational, it's goal-oriented, while recognizing and acknowledging budgets and limits. But it's not a budget, it's not a CIP, it is goal-oriented and aspirational. I think that is key element of any master plan, is as the plan develops, as the future evolves, people can go back and say, hey, we agreed on this goal. Are we, and maybe you don't have a KIP to measure it against, but are we living up to this? And so anyway, I appreciate the plan that as it's put together. And I appreciate the plan because parks, recreation, community is so important to our community. And I think the goals represented in the plan are really great. And I think the plan also recognizes the kind of interrelated nature of all things Boulder. We're here we are, we're talking about the Parks and Rec master plan, and we've gone into climate and homelessness and equity. And so, as we should, those are great things. So my comment is, I'm going to play to type here, is about transportation and fees and that sort of thing. And so I'm not suggesting changes to the plan at this late date, but I do urge you and your team and your department, as you encounter these unfulfilled financial needs, and the plan is clear that there are financial needs that are unfulfilled in the current budget, that you keep an eye out towards cars and parking and other carbon producing activities related to our parks and recreation centers. And I know that you have a budget that greatly relies on user fees. And so my request, my whatever, is to, is as you develop your fees and admission schedules, you charge a lot for cars and you charge less for people. And that rather than just per person sort of thing, that you start really looking at charging for parking at rec centers. You start charging for cars for entrance rather than the number of people for entrance. And I think this requires being brave on acknowledging what parking costs, what portion of the Parks and Rec Department total assets is a bunch of asphalt parking lots, and are we charging for those giant asphalt parking lots in the same way we charge for other amenities? And they are amenities. It's driving and free parking is not a by right thing. So I just urge you to look to cars and parking and other carbon intensive motorboats activities to as you look for funding sources. And the rest of the city, our transportation department and our the Downtown Management Association and Community Vitality, I can never remember that name. They haven't, I would say that I would characterize them as not being particularly brave on parking. But I think as you look to funding and being equitable, look to parking and look to cars and other carbon producing activities, because if you do, you can create a circle of health for the community, of having greater assets both in the facilities and around the facilities, charging people who have plenty of wealth to be able to pay for parking, and using those tools to create greater equity and greater health. So anyway, I love the plan and urge you to just be brave on the car and parking front of that.
Thank you. Let's see, Lisa.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time because I think a lot of great things have already been touched on by my colleagues on the board. I agree with what Laura said in terms of the overall plan being really positive. I think a lot of really hard work went into it, a lot of thought. I really appreciate the outreach and the attempts to expand outreach and reach new groups. And I just think that's fantastic. So thank you for all that hard work on the plan overall and on reaching community members and being thoughtful about how you reached various groups. I wanted to echo kind of some of ML's thoughts. I completely agree on both trying to make sure that our public spaces, including parks and rec facilities and land, are not exclusive. And then something that I'll say just for myself, while also keeping in mind safety. There are definitely parks and areas that I went to as a child in Boulder where I would not take my child, and that's really sad. And I don't think gates are the answer. I always make fun of the gated parks in New York City, although I know why they exist. But to the extent we can continue to understand that and how we make some facilities safe and some parks safe while not being exclusive, I don't have answers for you. I'm sure you're already working on it. I think those are really important. I don't want to say conflicting, but goals maybe that are somewhat in tension. And I also want to acknowledge that I live in a state of privilege where I'm not trying to sleep in those parks at night. I have the choice to decide who I'm exposed to and who I'm around and who I'm not. And the folks who are most impacted are actually unhoused community members who have to deal with challenges there that I never have to. So speaking from a spot of privilege. And then I think overuse is a really interesting one. So I'm excited to see where you land for the creek path. As I'm sure you're already looking at, there was incredible work done in Chautauqua. I might get scolded for this, but I always refer to Chautauqua as a little bit of our sacrificial lamb of the open space and mountain parks system. And there are things that we had to accept about the kinds of use that happen there. And accepting that we were going to be doing some paving and doing some other stuff. And so I'm glad to know you're looking at that for the creek path from an environmental perspective and a use perspective. And then broadly, just back to, I know we talked about it specifically with lifeguards and so on. I'm sure you have wonderful conferences and lectures and so on that you attend that I have no insight into, but getting creative with fees, getting creative with, what we charge people for. And I'm sure that there are certain things that you're restricted in terms of what you can do. I would support maybe loosening some of that up. I don't know if I would go as far as public-private partnership, sliding scale on some stuff. I'm not sure you can legally do it, but I think if you went on a couple mom face groups and you're like, hey, if everybody chips in like $5, we can open the pool, they'd all like give you money, which I know isn't the same thing as putting something on the ballot. And it's a lot easier to raise for infrastructure and capital than it is for operating, but there's got to be some interesting ways that you could do it, although it might require some code amendments or changes to stuff or looking at Colorado law. But yeah, I just encourage you to keep looking into ways to access some of that wealth that is in the community in ways that then opens up spaces for people who can't contribute in those ways, and allows you to operate and maybe pay higher wages. I feel like there's probably a way. So yeah, overall, thank you so much for your hard work. I know you deal with these things on a much more visceral and constant level than I ever do. And you've done wonderful work. So thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone's had their 2 bits. I'll just, I won't repeat what other folks have said, other than to note that I think I agree with everything I've heard from my colleagues. And I'd like also to congratulate you on putting together a terrific presentation, both written and here tonight. I think that we should now consider our recommendation about the adoption of this master plan. Could you put, Amanda, could you put up the issues that we've been asked to explicitly deal with tonight up on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, look at somebody else did.
All right. Okay. Well, I think now's the time for us to decide whether these key issues for consideration have been properly dealt with. I can say that I think the master plan is consistent with the goals, policies, and growth projections of Bbcp, and that it accomplishes an outline of service standards, and that the capital needs and funding sources are outlined here. So I think that all of these issues have been satisfactorily met, but see what you guys think.
I agree with you, John.
Good. Any other thoughts here?
I agree as well.
Okay. Mark?
I'm sorry, I was looking through the packet, looking for the exact motion language, getting ready to actually make the motion, but I agree. The 3 key issues for consideration have been fulfilled.
Good. All right. So if you'd like to make a motion, this would be a good time for it.
Can we get
I would
that
just
motion?
also like to, I'm sorry. I would just also like to verbally notice that Lisa was a 2 thumbs up. So I'm thinking Lisa agrees as well that all 3 questions met.
Okay. Somehow I'm not seeing all of you, so that was good you did that. Okay, Mark, why don't you make the motion then?
Okay, I move to recommend to City Council acceptance of the 2022 Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan and approval of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, Bbcp, Parks and Recreation Master Plan Summary.
Very good. Do we get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, ML seconds. Very good. I think now it's time to vote, and we have to do that by roll call, I think. So we'll start out, Laura.
Aye.
Okay, Lisa.
Aye.
ML.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
And I agree. I'm an aye as well. So congratulations. That's unanimous agreement that this is accepted and recommended to council. Thank
And
you.
a personal thank you for Rocky making an appearance.
I know, that's wonderful. Thank for the celebratory.
I didn't
I
even see
waited
that.
until the comments were clear that her cuteness wouldn't influence your vote, but I did.
Okay. Well,
Thank
thank
you
you.
all so much for your time. We're so grateful for your input.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
That concludes this hearing. I think now's the time for us to take a 10-minute break. We'll start at 8 o'clock with the consideration of the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan. So,
Is it only 7:19? Oh, no, it's 7:49. I can't read.
okay. See you at 8 o'clock. Okay. It's 8 o'clock. I think we're all back. Let's see. Oh, Mark and Lisa, we need to get them back in the circus here. Okay, here's Mark. Okay, let's come back into order and move into our next agenda item, which is a public hearing and consideration of the following related items related to the adoption of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plans. A motion to adopt East Boulder Subcommunity Plan as adopted by City Council. A motion to amend Chapter 5 of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan to add a summary of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. A motion to approve the Boulder Valley Comp Plan land use map changes for the subcommunity plan area, including the new MUTOD land use designation, and a motion to recommend to City Council adoption of Ordinance 8544, amending Section 9-2-19 rezoning BRC 1981 by adding rezoning standards to implement the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan and setting forth related details. And we'll start out with a staff presentation, which I'm hoping will describe in detail what changes City Council is suggesting and staff's comments on those. So, shall we move ahead?
Sounds good. Hi, I'm Kathleen King. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Great, I see some heads nodding. Perfect. So good evening. It's great to be with Planning Board tonight as we continue to work through the adoption of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan and start to look towards some of the implementation steps. As I just mentioned, my name is Kathleen King, and I'm a principal planner in the city's comprehensive planning group. Tonight, we have a staff presentation to walk through the 4 items that Planning Board is considering. Following the presentation, we can go through any clarifying questions that board members might have. The Planning Board will host a public hearing related to Bbcp updates and a proposed ordinance. And then the board can move into deliberation and decisions. So the 4 items for the board's consideration tonight are: first, adoption of the plan with the City Council amendments. And I'll walk through each of these amendments and can provide some additional context. Next, you will consider the addition of a summary of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Then we will look at updating the Bbcp land use map to align with the land use map plan included in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. And this is a first step in implementation of the plan. And then finally, the board will consider a recommendation to City Council on an ordinance that will amend our rezoning criteria to help implement the plan. So the public hearing on plan adoption has been completed. So tonight's hearing is focused on updates to the Bbcp and the proposed ordinance. As a reminder, this is the second time that Planning Board will be considering adoption of the subcommunity plan. The board held a joint public hearing with City Council on May 3rd and then moved to adopt the plan with amendments on May 5th. City Council also moved to adopt the plan on May 17th, but with some revisions to amendments and the addition of new amendments. Planning Board and City Council must adopt the same plan to complete the adoption process. So tonight, the board will consider the council amendment revisions as well as the new amendments put forward by City Council. We are currently scheduled to take the land use map changes and associated ordinance to council for a second reading on September 1st. If tonight Planning Board chooses not to adopt the same plan as council, we will be bringing the plan back for their reconsideration of adoption at that date. So here's where we are with plan adoption. The plan itself has been substantially adopted, and we are now focused on the amendments made by Planning Board and City Council. As I mentioned, on May 17th, Council considered the 11 amendments to the plan adopted by the Planning Board. They adopted 8 of those amendments, revised 2 of the proposed amendments, did not adopt 1 amendment, and also added 3 new amendments to the plan. So I'm going to walk through the revised and the new amendments. So the first revision is related to project M16 in the plan regarding future planning for the airport influence zone. Council revised the board amendment to speak directly to the goals of the subcommunity plan while allowing for the consideration of a variety of options to implement the plan in this particular project. The next amendment revision adopted by Council takes the idea of a social infrastructure study of the Valmont Park West neighborhood proposed by Planning Board and makes it a unique project in the plan to be taken on by city staff as a priority project in the next 5 years. So those are the 2 revised amendments, and then we'll now look at the new amendments. All of the council adopted amendments are policy amendments. And so this first one amends policy H1, which speaks to the development of new housing in East Boulder. The amendment identifies 7 parcels along Western Avenue on the north end of the 55th and Arapahoe Station area and creates a trigger for when rezoning of these properties should be considered. So I know there's a lot of interest in this, so we can take a look at these. Here is the area identified by council. There are 7 properties with 6 different owners. 2 of the parcels are owned by the same ownership group. The subcommunity plan designates this area for the mixed use TOD land use designation. The mixed use TOD designation anticipates a mix of residential and commercial uses. The parcels are privately owned, and the city does not have an indication as to the redevelopment interests of the private property owners at this time. Council proposed this amendment to ensure redevelopment in the area supports compatible uses. The northern neighbor to these parcels on the other side of the railroad is a heavy manufacturing site, currently home to Corden Pharma. Concerns described for potential residents of this area include noise and light. City staff conducted noise readings at the site on May 17th at 1:30 p.m. The readings were between 62 and 63.5 decibels. The maximum number of decibels permitted by city code in mixed use areas is 65 from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and 60 from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. We believe Corden Pharma operates 24 hours a day. Staff have not conducted a light study in the area, but the city code describes maximum allowable light levels for mixed use zones. I know there were some process questions from a board member related to land use map updates, and I'll speak more to those and how they might apply here shortly. The next new amendment proposed by council is related to policy B1 regarding ground floor space and is intended to better clarify the intent for the retention of businesses and inclusion of small business space in redevelopment. The third and final proposed amendment revises some of the language in policy R7 to allow for a more holistic approach to stormwater management. This is consistent with the intent of the plan. So that covers all of the amendments, and I'm going to move to our next item, which is the addition of a summary of the subcommunity plan that will be added to Chapter 5 of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. This chapter of the comp plan includes summaries of significant area and subcommunity plans. Board members received a copy of the summary as attachment B to the memo in your packet. Both Planning Board and City Council need to approve the summary for this update to the Bbcp. The third item for your consideration is a change to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan land use map. The Bbcp land use map depicts the desired land use pattern in Boulder and is intended to serve as a guide for future land use and transportation decisions. The land use map is different than the zoning map, but does offer guidance for rezoning considerations. All property owners whose property is being considered for a land use change and all property owners within 600 feet of a property considered for a land use change were notified by mail of the proposed change and the public hearing dates. Around 20 community members contacted staff with questions about the change and a lot of questions related to clarification around the differences between land use and zoning. The process and criteria for changes to the BBCP land use map are outlined in our comp plan. So land use map changes related to a subcommunity plan can be conducted at any time and require approval by both planning board and city council. The changes should meet criteria, which are also described in the comp plan. This criteria describes that the proposed changes must be consistent with the policies and intent of the comprehensive plan, not have significant cross-jurisdictional impacts, not materially affect growth projections that were the basis of the comp plan, don't materially affect urban services, would not affect the CIP, and would not affect the Area 2, Area 3 boundaries in the comp plan. Staff finds that the proposed changes meet this criteria. In line with the amendment proposed by council, a land use change for the area along Western Avenue in the 55th and Arapahoe Station area is not included in this land use map change. Should there be an interest in making a land use map change in this area in the future, there are a couple of ways to implement the change. Planning board or city council can initiate a change related to a subcommunity plan at any time, and that change would need to be approved by both bodies. Any member of the public can request a land use change during a regular update to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and that happens every 5 years. So these changes are considered by staff, planning board, and city council at no cost. And then also, any property owner can request a land use map change outside of that regular comp plan update process through a land use review process. The cost is $630 and the process takes approximately 60 to 90 days. So along with the land use map changes, staff has also prepared an ordinance for planning board's consideration that will help implement the subcommunity plan into the future. Planning board will make a recommendation on this ordinance to city council, who considers the ordinance at a second reading on September 1st. The ordinance amends section 9219 of the Boulder Revised Code, which describes criteria for rezoning. The amendment provides staff, planning board, and council with a tool to make sure we can implement the plan when considering individual rezoning applications. Without this in place, a rezoning could move forward without consideration of the subcommunity plan. Staff anticipates that we have a lot of work ahead of us related to code updates and rezoning considerations. So this amendment allows us to make sure that if redevelopment occurs concurrent with the city's development of new regulations, we can still work with projects to implement the vision of the plan. And that's that felt quick, but that completes the staff presentation. We can move into any clarifying questions in the public hearing, and then I have a slide with suggested motion language if needed. I will stop sharing, and then if we need to look at any references or pull up the plan or anything, I have all of that available.
Okay, thank you. I think we can ask some questions now. Does anybody have questions of staff on this? ML.
Thank you, John. Hi, Kathleen. Thank you for that great overview of the process and the changes. So I have a question. It seemed to me that when we being planning board, looked at the map, there was a use type that I'm not seeing. There was an innovative Todd that's non-residential and an innovative Todd that is residential, and that area in question was kind of split between the two. So what precipitated a change? Because I didn't see that in the discussion of what was amended. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So you are referring to the place types. And so we have that place types map in the sub-community plan that describes in a little bit more detail what the vision is for different pieces and parts of these areas of change. So let me share my screen so everybody can look at that map that you're referencing. I'm actually going to show a diagram from the 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan. Are you seeing a map?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is the place types map for the station area. And yep, you correctly described the two place types that are applied in this section that is called out by Council's amendment is the innovation TOD non-residential. So that's kind of this half, and that includes 2 parcels. And then the 5 western parcels fall into that innovation TOD place type, which would incorporate residential.
So if I understand the concerns about putting housing there, so one of those uses isn't housing.
For these 2 parcels on the western end, housing is not included in the plan.
Right. So why was that taken off of the rezoning?
Taken off of the rezoning.
If you look at the proposed map, that whole area that includes both the east and the west, yes, it doesn't include the TOD commercial or non-residential component, which would not be impacted by the inference that we're dealing with residential issue.
Yeah, you're right. I think we removed that whole area that was called out in the council amendment, but that's a really good point.
So it might be an oversight.
I think so.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Okay. Other questions? Laura. You're muted, Laura.
Sorry, too many mute buttons and too many screens. Hi, Kathleen. Thank you for that presentation. And I appreciate that many of my questions were incorporated in your presentation. So thank you for that. I do have a few questions before we get to the public testimony and the board discussion. And my first question actually does not have to do with this council amendment about the 180 units of housing. My first question is around the ordinance. And specifically, I wanted to ask if there was a member of the public who suggested that there should be no zoning changes to permit residential or mixed use before the Part 150 noise study is completed. That is in 115, or excuse me, M16. Is there anything in this in the ordinance or anywhere else in the package that we're being asked to adopt that would delay or open the door for delaying rezoning in East Boulder until after the Part 150 noise study is completed?
In my interpretation of this amendment to the rezoning criteria, it would not hold up rezonings related to the Part 150 study, or as a result of needing to complete the Part 150 study.
Okay, so the plan is we would adopt the land use map tonight, and that rezoning would continue and it would not be contingent upon the Part 150 study. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Good, that was an easy one. Got that one out of the way. And then I did want to go back to some of the questions that I had emailed in advance. And, just for to catch up folks from the public who may be following along tonight and that did not receive that email because they're not staff or planning board members. I had asked some questions of staff in advance just to give them time to prepare to be able to answer them tonight. And I do have concerns about this new policy amendment to policy H1 that was introduced by City Council at their meeting on May 17th. And I have both process concerns and substantive concerns. And in relation to the process concerns, this is a significant amendment to the plan that removes, that area from the land use map or delays it. I think the intention is to delay it until there are no longer heavy industrial uses to the north across the railroad tracks. And planning board has not had a chance to weigh in on that. So my intention is that tonight we think about it, we ask all of our questions, we get all of the data and make sure that we are able to provide whatever advice we would have provided to City Council had this come to us first before it went to City Council, which is usually the operation of things. We were asked to adopt the plan and we were not asked to consider this change because it didn't come forward. And I'm not trying to cast blame for that. There are any number of reasons why it might not have come forward, but it did arrive at the very last stage of a 3-year planning process. So I think we need to address that process concern. And so one of my questions is, my understanding is that the request for this change came directly from the property owner to the north, Corden Pharma, and was supported by the Boulder Chamber in that effort. And my question is, how was Corden Pharma consulted during the East Boulder subcommunity planning process? Because I know they were consulted and staff did their due diligence in checking with all the property owners. So how were they consulted previously? And did they raise concerns about having housing to their south across the railroad tracks at any point before it went to City Council on May 17th? Because the first that I heard about it was Junie Joseph's hotline post on May 10th, which was after Planning Board considered it.
Sure. So yes, Corden Pharma was part of our stakeholder group. So they would have received all of our email communication about the plan and the process. I, as the project manager, had a phone call with a representative from Corden Pharma during the concept development phase of the project. And that conversation was mostly surrounding interest in programming of the 55th and Arapahoe Station area district and a potential interest in shared parking opportunities. So that was really the breadth of that phone call. Related to Corden's relationship with the chamber or how they contacted council, the only documentation I have of their correspondence is the letter that was submitted to council dated on May 3rd.
Oh, I missed that it was dated May 3rd. So do you know why they didn't submit it to planning board before we had our deliberation on May 5th?
I do not.
Okay. And it's not your job to know that. I just was curious if you had any information there. So is that our first indication that staff had that they had concerns about housing to their south? Was that May 3rd letter?
I was also contacted by the Boulder Chamber who shared Corden's concern.
And when was that?
That was a phone call around the time of that public hearing.
Okay.
So I don't have a date for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Was that it for you, Laura?
No, I have
Oh,
more.
go ahead.
I thought that Kathleen was looking for something. Were you looking
Oh.
something
Oh
up,
no,
Kathleen?
sorry.
Oh,
It
okay.
was nope. I don't have a date.
Oh, you don't have a date.
Phone
I thought you
call.
said you
I'm
do
sorry.
have a date. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. My mistake. I thought you were looking it up. And I know that like the chamber had organized some sessions with business and property owners in the area. And did this concern come up during any of those sessions hosted by the chamber?
So Laura's referring to the chamber had hosted, they have a couple of different groups. One is a more of a architecture focus kind of committee. And I'm sorry to the chamber that I don't remember the name of this committee, but we presented the plan for feedback there. And then there was another local business owner meeting where this was, where the East Boulder plan was the focus of the night. No, you know, just my own memory, I don't remember whether this concern was raised, but we do have meeting notes from those, and I could look back at that.
That would be good to know, because my process concern is that we had a 3-year planning process, and the chamber, not the chamber, but Cordon Farmer was consulted, notified, and I don't understand why this didn't come up until the very, very end when, you know, there's little opportunity for public comment and little opportunity for the planning board to weigh in, except in reaction to council's decision. And certainly, you know, planning board intends to support council with good advice prior to them having to make a decision. So this was, I don't think anybody would say this was an ideal way for this issue to come up. And that's, you know, I'm not, again, not trying to cast blame on anybody. I'm not trying to imply anything about that. I'm just saying, I think this is certainly something we want to avoid in the future, where a major substance, and I'm sure staff feel the same way, that a major substantive change to a land use map comes at the, you know, the very, very tail end of a very long, thoughtful process with a lot of community outreach. So, so thank you. That was my concern about process. I did want to ask, do we have an indication from Cordon Pharma of when they might foresee no longer operating as a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant on this site? Have they given any indication of that? Because council's intention was this land use map change and rezoning could wait until there is no longer pharmaceutical manufacturing at Cordon Pharma. Do we have any indication of when that might be?
I don't have any insight on that.
And is my understanding correct that Cordon Pharma has recently reinvested in their plant infrastructure? And we don't know.
I don't know that they're operational.
Okay, I thought I had heard that during the East Boulder sub-community plan process that Cordon Pharma planned to stick around a while because they had recently reinvested in that site. I might be misremembering, or it might have come from somebody else.
I recall that also, so I think they did make that point.
Okay.
But I don't know any details beyond that.
Okay, thank you. One of the points that was raised by City Council was around the fact that this is a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant and that there could be hazardous emissions. Do we know anything about hazardous emissions from the Cordon Pharma facility that could endanger people nearby?
No, I don't have any data on that specifically. In response to your question, I did look up our air quality mapping that the EPA hosts. And so their readings are taken at CU, and the general area scores really low on particulate pollution.
So, and when you say low on particulate pollution, that means the air quality is generally pretty good in that EPA mapping. But you're saying that that's at CU and not specifically in East Boulder. When you say CU, do you mean the East Campus or do you mean the main campus?
Main campus.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciated your answer about noise from plant operations. And if I understood you correctly, you were saying that they're close to the maximum, but don't exceed the maximum during the day from the measurements that you took in terms of the city's noise ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
And you weren't able to take a reading overnight. So we don't know if their overnight noise levels are the same or lower.
That's correct.
Okay. And it's a slightly lower allowable level overnight, 60 decibels versus 65.
That's right.
Okay.
For mixed use.
And how does that compare to other parcels in the city? You know, so I gave a couple of examples in my email, like if you're along a busy road like 28th Street as it comes into town, or if you are next to the RTD bus depot, do we know how the noise readings from Cordon Pharma compare? And I'll say the reason why I'm asking this is because it is a main goal in this East Boulder sub-community plan, and it's also a goal of the Bbcp that we do create more mixed use areas, especially along transit corridors and in areas that don't currently have a lot of housing, like our industrial areas, and having mixed use industrial. And so I'm trying to get a sense of whether Cordon Pharma is uniquely problematic in some ways for neighbors, or if we have other sites in the city that are comparable in terms of things like noise and light pollution.
So I was not able to do noise readings of those other sites, but our code does have these requirements for noise levels for different types of zones. So, a residential only area, I believe the maximum decibels is 55, as opposed to these mixed use areas, which is 60. Yeah, I think that's all the information I have about that.
Okay. Traffic safety was brought up, the fact that Cordon Pharma has a lot of trucks entering and leaving. And I look at the map and I don't see any common streets or any common entrances or exits with Cordon Pharma for these particular parcels along Western Avenue. Can you comment on whether staff would foresee any particular truck traffic hazard for these parcels that have been removed?
I think the mention of trucks was in relation to contributing to that noise factor, not actually that it posed a traffic threat or traffic conflict.
Okay, so you don't see a traffic conflict for these parcels?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And then 24-hour lighting, I know that like Councilmember Folkerts had suggested that creative design could screen that and deal with that issue. Does staff have a sense that the lighting from Cordon Pharma is unscreenable, or do you think that there could be design solutions to that?
That's hard for me to comment on. I'm not an architect, so I don't know what the options would be for light screening. So I think I'm in a no comment zone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. For my next question, I will note, I'm trying to go quickly here. I'm sorry to my colleagues and to staff that we're going through this, but again, I feel like we need all the data before we think about this decision. You did mention in your presentation that we do not know what the future development plans of any of those parcel owners would be. And I just want to make note of that because I think it speaks to this issue that some council members were concerned that there was some thought or belief that these parcels were going to be affordable housing and that we would be putting low-income residents in quote unquote the worst kind of housing. But it sounds like we don't know what these parcels would redevelop as, and they would be just as likely to redevelop as market rate housing as to be, for example, purchased by BHP to be developed as low-income housing.
That's correct.
Okay, so we don't know. Okay, thank you. And then finally, I want to get to, what happens, how do we actually rezone these things? How do we change the land use map and rezone them sometime in the future when Cordon Pharma is no longer operating as a heavy pharmaceutical manufacturing plant? And I think you answered most of my questions around that there are many ways, many pathways it could happen. It could be initiated by city council or by planning board at any time if we're keeping an eye on it. It could be initiated by the property owners at any time. And there are these regular 5-year cycles with the Bbcp land use map update that anybody, property owner or not, could request this change. So that's heartening to know.
I just want to make sure that there's a recognition of the difference between a land use map change and a rezoning. Those are different maps and different processes.
Okay, so I must have bungled that somehow. Please feel free to correct. What did I get wrong?
that, you know, anybody could initiate a land use map and a rezoning. The rezonings, if you were a private property owner and you wanted to go through that process, that has different costs associated with it than what I described for a land use map change. So I just wanted to make sure that those are unique.
Got it. And my understanding is that they are sequential, that you must change the land use map first, and then you can do rezoning. Is that correct?
You can pursue a land use map change and a rezoning at the same time.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. I got that one wrong.
And yeah, we see that in, we do that for annexations often and other rezonings as well.
Great. That's good to know. And then how are we going to keep track of this? Because Corden Pharma might not change over for 20 years. They might not change over for 30 years. The next property owner to buy it from Corden Pharma could continue to be a heavy manufacturer. We have no idea when this could get triggered such that there's a property owner that is not doing heavy duty manufacturing on that site. So how are we going to track this and trigger that change in the future? Is it city staff that's tracking it? Is it supposed to be planning board, city council? Is it up to the property owners?
I think, you know, the way that it would play out right now, it would be up to the property owners to pursue that land use or that rezoning request.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then when Corden Pharma does decide to cease manufacturing operations and somebody new purchases the property, and let's assume that they have announced their intent that they want to do something that is not heavy manufacturing, at what point do the property owners to the south become eligible? Is it an announcement of intent and a sale of the property? Is it when Corden Pharma plant ceases operations? Is it when they apply for a demolition permit? Is it when the facility is actually demolished? Does there have to be a new plan for new facilities submitted? Do they have to be actually constructed? Like what would the trigger be?
So I think if any of those property owners came in for a land use map change or rezoning, it would be up to the city staff, the planning board, and the city council to weigh what's in the sub-community plan, weigh our rezoning criteria at the time, and really take on that decision about whether it's an appropriate change at the time or not.
Okay, so there's no set answer about what stage does the process have to be at. It would be a judgment call by those different entities.
That's right.
Okay. Kathleen, you're a trooper. Thank you so much. Those are all of my questions.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Emil.
Thank you, John. I appreciate all your answers to Laura there, Kathleen. I think there's a lot of complexity here that we're just trying to unravel. I only have two questions. So my understanding of the reason for the amendment, well, not the reason for the amendment, that there's something about this incompatible heavy use, lack of compatibility with residential. So, and there was sound, light, traffic, etc. So I just want to point out, there's a train that goes right through there that I'm sure trumps all the noise, all the noise levels that, we put on anything. So there are already existing situations there that we had felt comfortable putting housing next to. That I just want to remind us that's been there. The second thing I want to question, I guess this is a question for me, I'm not sure what it is there's a significant part of this East Boulder sub-community plan that's industrial. And industry is messy. The idea of noise, of traffic, of lights even a small wood shop, they've got a big project, they're gonna work all night, they're gonna have, so this phenomenon that is being, I get that it's probably at a much higher scale, but the phenomenon itself about the compatibility or incompatibility between industrial and residential, I think would be a question that if one were to start asking that, ask it of the entire site, because really it would be potentially validly questioned on any number of sites where there would be adjacency to industry. So residential adjacent to industry. So maybe you can speak from the staff's perspective on, is it just the scale that makes this different? What is it that feels right to make this pretty significant change to the map?
You know, the amendment is written by council, so I don't want to put too much of my own spin on how they approach that amendment versus how it would apply to other industrial areas. But I think that certainly throughout the process, the working group and the community and planning board have struggled with, and I think all come to a place of, you know, a little bit of excitement about the evolution of this area and realizing that that process will be slow and that there will continue to be messy, loud things in these neighborhoods as they transition to more of mixed uses. My sense from the council meeting is that the way you described it, the scale of that Corden Pharma facility and the level of activity that takes place there is something that they felt merited kind of a pause on putting adjacent housing in this location.
Just a clarification on the way this amendment is written. So there's the adoption of the amendment by council, and then there's the reason. Is the reason for the amendment, is that something that council articulated, or is that something staff articulated?
That's our summary of the kind of council discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
Mark has his hand up.
See, you have a yellow background. That's why I don't see your hand. Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Thanks. So I'm going to kind of cut to the chase for me here, all right, and say, ask procedurally if it's the desire and the consensus of planning board, I mean consensus, i.e. a majority vote, not in the universal consensus terms.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt Mark and say, I think we're still in asking questions of staff mode.
Right.
Okay.
And so so my question is, procedurally, how is best to convey what I anticipate is a rejection of council's removal from their adopted version of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan? How is best to proceed with this? Because anyway, so how best to proceed here if in fact planning board wishes to reject council's removal from the of this housing designation in this zone of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan?
And going to add on a question to that, and that is that even if we decide to reject it, can council just say, oops, no, don't care, and then pass what they just passed again?
Sure.
I want to, can I just throw in on that and say,
Yeah.
my sense tonight is that we need to give council our best advice. And if that means concurring with what they have done in this amendment, then we concur. And if that means suggesting something different, then we would pass something slightly different. And my recommendation would be that we then leave it in council's hands, and they can either approve what we have approved, or they can go back to the version that they wrote. And I would suggest that we then honor the will of council and pass it. It would have to come back to us again, but I don't want to make this a prolonged back and forth with council. I just want to make sure that this 11th hour decision, they get the benefit of our advice as if it had come to us first.
Okay, I think David Gear has some advice for us.
Okay.
But I think, anyway, let's listen to David first.
Okay.
David,
well,
how are you back here? No. Sorry.
I won't let him leave.
Yeah, I am just kind of at this point, David Gear, Planning and Development Services, and I am just helping out at this point to hopefully finish, to help the team finish up the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. But you could do it in a variety of ways. The most direct is your motion, you know, whether you reject it or amend it, and we'll take that back to council. If you want to pass a motion with a statement attached to it, that would be one way to do it. You could do nothing, and basically what the staff would do is the same thing that we did with the council, as we tried to kind of summarize what we interpreted their reasoning to be, if you're comfortable with that. But that would be another approach as well.
But I think, David, while you're here, it's good to be clear about our various roles, because Laura has indicated a certain understanding, which it's not clear that it, to me, is the case. I think in this matter, we are an independent authority which has to agree that this is the way we think it should be. It's not that we're advising council on this matter. We have to come to our own conclusion that this is what should move ahead. And so I just wonder if you can confirm that understanding.
No, that is correct. The process for adopting subcommunity plans that's laid out in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan provides that both the planning board and the city council are approving bodies for these plans. So they need, every part of it that goes into effect needs the approval of each body.
Right. And so David, just to clarify, therefore council could not overrule us?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think at a previous meeting, David, you had explained very eloquently, like, what happens if we get deadlocked and council doesn't want to budge and we don't want to budge? And your answer was then the piece of the plan in question would simply not be incorporated. But I'm unclear in this case if that means council's change would not be incorporated, or if this area would not be incorporated. What does that mean in this case if we deadlock?
The council's amendment would not be incorporated into the plan. If you cannot find a meeting of the minds on it. And typically what we do is, in terms of whatever you do tonight, you can either reject it or amend it or approve it. Is that we'll just take we'll take whatever your action is back to the council and report to them. And they will either accept what you have done and allow kind of us to close the book on the adoption process, or they may, you know, kind of just say, well, why don't you, you know, if you don't like that one, what do you think about this? So there may be further discussion back and forth between the two until we get it fully adopted. And I think that for years, staff has kind of lovingly referred to this as adoption ping pong.
Okay, all right. I think Mark had the floor here in terms of the questions.
Right, thank you. So I don't want to be hard-nosed about this, but for the sake of both expediency and clarity, and I'm mostly concerned about the issue of clarity, I would advocate that as a body, in this case, a co-equal body with city council, that we put forth a motion that we deliberate, we debate, and then we vote. That is a clear, concise indication to council. It can include a statement, but we adopt a motion, or we vote on a motion, and whether we adopt it or not remains to be seen, that sends council a very clear, simple message and gives them a next step and course of action. I would not favor a more advisory sort of role in this case, because I don't perceive that being our function or our role in adoption of a sub-community plan with specific changes incorporated by council that we adopt or that we don't adopt. I think we need to be clear and have a simple motion. And so, speaking for me, I have the plan that council has adopted, I support, with the one exception of the particular piece of property that we're discussing and whether or not housing would be incorporated in that zone.
Okay, I think that's very interesting. This is the sort of discussion I presume we'll have following the public hearing. But right now, we have questions to staff about various matters. So we should use this time for that purpose, I think. I have one, if I can ask staff. Is there any precedent in Boulder's recent history for a neighbor to be able to alter the zoning of an adjacent property or the land use of an adjacent property in the manner that we're seeing here?
Well, I don't know that there is an example of, of kind of what we're seeing now specifically, but generally speaking, everybody gets involved when we start doing planning, and people often want to participate and make suggestions about how their neighbors use their land. I think it's a very common theme in planning. So, but yeah, in terms of, in a sub-community plan, kind of towards the end of the process,
that's what I'm referring to is following a multi-year process. If at the very last stage there is a proposal of this nature. Yeah.
Well, there, it's plans. Plans are open until they're closed. So I've never, cast judgment on people that come to the party late. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have another question, and Laura, you're next. I see your hand is up too. Some of you may have seen a suggestion by Sarah, who is not here today and therefore doesn't get a vote tonight, but she had suggested an option in which staff was requested to come up with an alternative location for residential development in this plan with an equivalent number of units and values. Is that something that staff would be prepared to do?
Can I colloquy on that real quick, John?
Sure, go ahead.
That was going to be my question too. I want to note that also Councilwoman, Council Member Nicole Spears asked the same question at Council. And that I know that in this plan, one of the considerations was the balance of retaining industrial land versus mixed use land designation. And I am also wondering whether this change to having less mixed use in this one area, if that can be counterbalanced with having more housing in another area. So same question as John, just a little more detail.
For kind of a horse trading in land use, I think that, you know, what I described at the council meeting is that we have had a long and intentional community process for this plan. And so revising what areas would be considered for change or making new or different land use recommendations than what are included in the plan today may not necessarily honor that process. And we, if that is of interest to boards or council, we might, you know, want to think about what engagement would be paired with that. I don't think we would just kind of recommend a trade without talking to the community about it. But as far as Laura's question, and are there areas where we may consider additional intensity or density, that's something that we could study when we start to look at zoning recommendations for these different areas, and whether there are areas of change that are already included in the plan that could accommodate some additional density.
Thank you. Again, that's a topic we'll talk about after the public participation section. I was happy to hear your thoughts on that. Okay. Oh, ML.
I just have one clarifying question. We talked about the mapping oversight, given that part of the parcel was unintentionally, anyway, right? It's got the two, when the 180 units were calculated, was it calculated based on the entire property or the parcel that is identified residential in the map that was in the book?
So I think the number 180 that has been in the community came up at the city council meeting, and Rachel Friend had contacted me and asked me to look at the site testing for that area so that she knew how many units were sort of in question.
Mm-hmm.
And so that 180 number comes from the concept included in the 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan. So would only include those 5 eastern parcels.
Mm-hmm. And procedural question, I guess, given that nobody made a motion to change that use designation in that area, would this map go back to looking like this, where half of it is innovative TOD non-residential?
I think that could be corrected tonight.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
No, go ahead, Kathleen.
The land use that would be applied there would be consistent with what's in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan land use map. And so that's the mixed use TOD designation. I think you're referencing that other tool that's included in the subcommunity plan, which is the place types. So yes. I think, as David mentioned, planning board could recommend that map edit, and we would make that change as we take the map changes to council in September.
Because if it was an oversight, it was never formally changed to not be this use. And I think when you go into zoning and looking at, what's allowed, that will become very relevant. So I hear what you're saying. It seems like, well, I don't know, however it needs to be done, but I think that that's an important thing, because if you did put all this attention to getting this the way it is in this booklet, then it makes sense to not just say, okay, now it isn't there. It's like, okay, let's honor what was done. Thank you.
I see Mr. Johnson has his hand up.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, just really quickly, I kind of want to follow up on NL's comment, and I do want to just sort of reinforce or clarify that the proposed land use that's in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, the mixed use TOD, still applies to this area, and there have been no proposed changes to the land use map. The only thing that is in response to the City Council amendment is that we have proposed not to include that portion in the land use map that's being proposed this evening, but certainly would be open to changing that land use in the future as those heavy manufacturing uses may change over time. So just to clarify, there have not actually been any changes proposed as part or in response to the City Council amendment.
So Christopher, it seems to me that though to take the whole piece out when a section of it was never going to be residential.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that being an oversight, and certainly that could be included back in as part of the, yeah, absolutely.
That part of it could still be developed as proposed.
Yes.
And go through the whole process, and we're talking about a smaller piece. And if I understand correctly, Kathleen, that smaller piece is where the 180 units were located.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Laura. You're muted, Laura.
Thank you. I want to make sure that I'm correctly understanding what Christopher Johnson just said, because I think I did misunderstand that. So if I'm understanding you correctly, in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan itself, that land use map, that recommended land use map, hasn't actually changed. It has not gone back to an industrial designation. It's not gray, it's still that pink hatched in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan itself. But the thing that council's amendment would change is the fact that the land use plan that's being adopted at the same time, the changes to the Bbcp land use plan, do not include that one area, even though it is still designated as mixed use TOD in the subcommunity plan. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, all right, I didn't have that detail. Thank you.
Okay, other questions of staff? I have a quick one. I'm trying to consider their other proposed changes and trying to understand what significance they have, particularly with respect to the navigation arrangements. Can you describe briefly what practical impact their changed language would have on compared to with what we had proposed?
Yeah, so I think John's referring to the amendment on project M16. And so one of the things that we learned working with the airport manager and the consultant, who I believe is Kimley Horn, that's been advising the airport in preparation of their airport master plan, is that related to the airport influence zone, there could be a number of different zones. And so the planning board recommended amendment describes specifically zone 3 and zone 4 as having the potential to be expanded into an area, but not zones 1 or 2. The council amendment removed that specificity because we've learned that there's a potential that there could be a airport influence zone 5, which would be even less restrictive than the zone 3 or zone 4. And so it just provides a little bit more flexibility in the solutions that we may be able to identify through that Part 150 study, and then subsequently the consideration of any code changes or changes to that airport influence zone.
So the change provides additional flexibility. It doesn't limit the development options in our area of concern then. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay,
and it does
thank you.
call out specifically that, you know, related to establishing residential and mixed land uses, any changes to that airport influence zone must consider that the plan is looking to establish those.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Laura.
So I think that council's language on this airport influence zone amendment is not ideal. And I want to clarify, make sure that my understanding is correct from staff. I think it's not ideal. I can live with it most likely, but my understanding is what I had written that planning board adopted would specifically rule out the 2 zones, expanding the 2 zones that do prohibit or limit residential development. I wanted to rule that out and say that this expansion of the airport influence zone will not expand anything that prohibits or limits residential development, because that's what's in the code currently, is that those 2 zones do that, zones 1 and 2. And the way that council has rewritten it is less protective of expanding zones 1 and 2 that do limit residential. The way that council has written it, those 2 zones could be expanded and it could limit residential. It just says they have to consider the intention of the plan. It doesn't specifically rule out doing it. And it also doesn't rule out limiting residential development in other areas that are near the airport that were not considered by the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, because there are other areas around there where we might in the future want to change the zoning to allow housing, and the airport could try to get ahead of us and preclude that. And that's what I wanted to avoid. And council's language does not specifically prohibit that or avoid that. But I think that we can deal with that down the road when we actually see the results of the Part 150 study and see what they're proposing to expand, and we can deal with it at that stage down the road. So I'm not able to proactively prohibit it. I accept that, but I do want to point out that I think that council's language is less protective of residential than what I had written. So am I understanding that correctly, Kathleen?
I think that is one way to interpret it. I think, you know, my understanding of how zone 1 and 2 are established is really related to this physical airspace that is required for aircraft to take off and land. And so the expansion of zones 1 or 2 is into these areas of change where we've identified in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan is not a real threat. They do not need that airspace to take off or land. But yes, the way that you've described that it is not being specifically restrictive of those zones is accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions at this point? I think we can move into the public hearing portion of this effort. I wonder, I see a bunch of hands raised already. Brenda, do you want to take charge at this point and run the public participation?
I'm happy to, thank you. We do have hands popping up on the list. So I know most of you have been with us all evening, but I will just offer one more reminder that if you'd like to participate in public participation, please use the raise hand function found in your reactions menu in the reactions icon at the bottom of the screen. If you have any trouble finding that, please reach out to me in the Q&A box and we will get you in the queue that way. And there's Amanda, so I know she is also ready to go. Thank you so much. So as it becomes your turn, I'll try and queue up a few people so that you know when you're coming. Your mute button will appear when I enable it, when it is your turn, and that will be your signal that it's time to speak. Please do identify yourself with your full name. And we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to start with Bravo Jordy, followed by Elliot Dickerson, followed by Jordan Bunch. So Bravo, I am enabling your mute button now. You should be able to unmute. Bravo, can you unmute your... Oh, it looks like we have lost Bravo Jordy. So we will go with Elliot Dickerson, followed by Jordan Bunch, followed by Sean Rupp. Elliot, you should be able to unmute your microphone now.
Hi, good evening. Are you able to hear me?
We are, yep. And Amanda, I cannot yet see that. There we go. Thank you so much. Go
Okay,
ahead.
well, I know it's been a long evening, but thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight. My name is Elliot Dickerson. I'm a glider pilot. I'm a member of the Soaring Society of Boulder, which is a very active, basically civic organization that flies generally non-powered airplanes out of the Boulder airport. And so basically the thing I'm going to ask from the planning board is just make sure that before this basically finalized, I know there's a lot of technical details here, is that in some way we really, really need the airport influence zone in some way to basically be in the plan area that's being considered south of the airport. So we're not saying that we don't want housing there. As a majority of the club, most of us are happy to see high density or any sort of housing go in there. But again, I know that I can't share a screen, but basically, as an example of a recent flight that our president took last week, it was a 7-hour flight, but the first 5 minutes, we really need to gain some altitude and energy with our tow planes that produce noise directly south of the airport in the area, called the glider box, which is basically that area south of Valmont Road, and it's a big part of the planning area. And there's simply no way to safely operate a glider that doesn't involve flying behind a tow plane for a few minutes to gain a little bit of altitude before we can safely move north or south of the airport and out of basically the East Boulder plan area, which is why we just want to make sure that at some level there is some sort of airport influence zone so that everybody that comes in interaction with the zone, whether it's a permanent resident or somebody that rents there, that they are aware that there will be airport noise. And it's kind of like a legal requirement in our view for the city, because this is certainly going to be a planned and historical use of the airport. So we just think that if we get this airport influence zone, at some level in this area, we think it'll reduce a lot of conflict. And we think it'll be much better for the people that live there because they'll be aware to expect some degree of aviation operations, including the glider box and the associated noise from the tow planes that are there. So we think it's kind of a moral responsibility for all the people who will be living in this area as well, just so that they can, not be surprised by this living there. Thanks again for all of your hard work on this plan. Please feel free to reach out to me. I'll send an email to the planning board email or to Clement Cepek, our president. We know it's a very complex technical topic, but something that just lets everybody know that there will be aviation overhead, we think would be fantastic, and basically make it much kind of a cleaner legal picture for the city going forward in the decades to come. All right, thanks so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jordan Bunch, followed by Sean Rupp. Jordan, you should be able to unmute your microphone now.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jordan Bunch, B-U-N-C-H. I'm a partner with Holland and Hart in town, and we represent a number of industrial property owners in the area. And my comment tonight is really more of a question, and it goes to something that's been discussed by the board already this evening, which is that it's not clear to us from looking at the plan if the intent is to allow the option of adding housing as a part of a redevelopment of any of the properties in the current industrial zone, or if the intent is to require housing as part of such a redevelopment. And we raise this question because we want to urge the city to consider that making housing compulsory as the part of any redevelopment in an industrial zone may have the unintended consequence of creating an unviable economic model for owners and tenants. Now, some of the industrial building owners and tenants in this area are part of large national entities, but many are locally owned buildings or have locally owned tenants, and they provide services critical to Boulder residents. And to the extent the plan layers on difficult and impractical requirements, it could push our own residents and many of our needed services out of town. I think we all agree that we need to find a way to build more housing in Boulder, but the concern is that requiring on-site housing adjacent to industrial buildings is not going to drive the residential reinvestment that we're looking for. If on-site housing is required for redevelopment industrial sites, many owners, especially small local owners, will avoid renovating, remodeling, or expanding their buildings or build anything new over time to avoid these requirements, because they're pretty sure if you build it, they won't come. And this unintended consequence could lead to a scenario where we have no new housing and also a dated and shabby industrial park, or result in longtime Boulder businesses and good middle income jobs relocating out of the city because they can't afford to perform the required upgrades to this site. And now this doesn't mean that housing can't be encouraged or incentivized in the East Boulder area, including the industrial zone, providing bonus densities or increased FAR in exchange for providing housing could result in a win-win for a property owner and the city, because that can shift the economic calculation. I believe my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe so, and I believe we've lost Amanda. So I am going to fall to our backup plan, where I will pull out a 3-minute timer. Thank you for your patience, everyone. And I apologize for it not being our favorite way to do that. Sorry, give me 1 second here.
Brenda, we're getting obscenity bombed in the Q&A or in the chat, I guess.
Oh, thank you. Wow, that
By
is
Ronald Floydman.
Fantastic. Yep, I see that, and we will have to remove you because you are breaking our rules. I'm not seeing this person in the.
He's on my screen, he's number 3 in the attendee list.
Oh, thank you. He has his hand up, and therefore, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to remove you. We cannot have that Zoom bombing happening at our meeting. Thank you. All right. My apologies, everyone, for that. And I'm glad that our community members can't see that chat. And I apologize to our panelists who can. And thank you for calling that out while I was trying to bring up a timer for us.
Brenda, thank you for your multitasking.
Yeah, just when we think we've achieved safety, that can happen to us. So I don't know why the timer I usually use is not coming up, but
Brenda, I'm back on. Sorry.
Wonderful.
I got kicked out. So
yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. You're faster than me, and usually I can pull something full screen up pretty easily, but I was not able to. All right, with Amanda back and our disturbance taken care of, we have Jordan Bunch. No, we've heard from Jordan Bunch. We have Sean Rupp, who's been waiting patiently. Sean is the last hand that I see up at this point. And so I encourage and invite others who would like to participate to also use your raise hand function at this time. Sean, I will enable your microphone now.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yep, and Amanda, if you could start the timer over, that would be great.
yes, I am. So sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you so much.
There we go.
Great, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Sean Rupp. I'm a resident of North Boulder. I'm calling tonight to encourage the planning board to not adopt the East Boulder subcommunity plan as proposed by City Council, and as has been discussed tonight. Specifically, I wanted to voice my support for keeping the 180 units that are located in that parcel that's north of Western Avenue, west of 55th, and east of Range. There are two main reasons which have been discussed to some extent tonight. First, Boulder just needs more housing, and I don't think that it's news to anyone here that we're in a housing crisis in Boulder. There aren't nearly enough units for the number of people who want to call Boulder home. I hear the argument that some have made that the parcel in question is quote unquote undesirable, but we just don't have the luxury of only building homes on land that a group of current homeowners deem to be desirable. Additionally, these 180 units would be located in a dense walkable environment in what would be the transit hub of the new East Boulder subcommunity. And if we want to take our climate goals seriously, this is exactly the kind of housing that we need. So I think that these units would really help us get toward that goal. And finally, I personally find it kind of alarming that this proposal was made by City Council at the behest of a neighboring pharmaceutical company in the final days of a 3-year planning process, and that the request was made outside of any sort of formal process for gathering community feedback. It sounds like the company was contacted several times during the planning process and hadn't raised this concern until the very last minute. At the very least, such a large change and all of its ramifications should be weighed by the planning board, by the Bbcp working group, and any other parties involved. I think that allowing one entity to have such an outsized voice in this decision at this time subverts the entire planning process and definitely sets a bad precedent. Thank you so much for the chance to speak, and I hope you decide to support these additional units.
Thank you. Our next will be John Dreiling, followed by Lynn Siegel. John, you should be able to unmute now.
Okay, so I'm John Dreiling. I'm the engineering director, and I'm representing Corden Pharma. Seems like there's a lot of questions for Corden Pharma, so I'm on here to, I probably don't have all the answers, but hopefully be able to answer some of those. I'm just here to reaffirm Corden Pharma's concerns with the residential building south of our plant site there on Western Avenue. I know that we had the initial conversation with Kathleen back in June of 2021. It sounds like that wasn't necessarily related to this topic. I think our EH&S director felt like we had had initial conversation then. And then we didn't re-communicate until the May 3rd, which I think was mentioned in the earlier in the meeting. So, you know, I definitely apologize. It sounds like, you know, you guys have been doing a great job, and, you know, we should have been more on the ball with this. We have had a couple conversations with the chamber on this as well. So, and you know, there's a possibility definitely that we should have acted a bit sooner on this. I will say, not to make excuses, but the site has been extraordinarily busy with the making of the Moderna COVID vaccine. It was a significant effort here at the site. A lot of things happened in a very short time, which is not typical in the pharmaceutical industry. And so I feel like that was definitely a focus of our attention. And again, I apologize if we dropped the ball on this. So just to summarize our concerns, I think you've talked about this in length already, but our concern is with the residents that would go in the proposed mixed use area. We do run a 24-hour operation. I think there were some questions about the significance of our operation. I don't know that any other of the pharmaceutical or manufacturing areas in this whole area run an operation as large as ours 24/7. We are absolutely 24/7. So that's lights, that's trucks, that's employee traffic, and just general activity, fork trucks and moving of materials, training activities, all OSHA required, EPA required activities and training. And then I'll just close with, our site's been here since the 1960s. We've been making life-saving medicine since the 80s, and including the critical component of the Moderna vaccine. And for us, we just want to make sure that we remain as a good neighbor and don't become a nuisance to everybody who moves into the area. And that's all I have. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. And we will have Lynn Siegel followed by Jonathan Singer. At this time, Jonathan is the last hand we have up. So if others would like to participate, now is the moment. You should be able to unmute now, Lynn.
Lynn Siegel, well, I can't too much agree with the guy from Horton. I'm not vaxxed, largely because of air quality issues. My mom died of leukemia when she was 38 years old and I was 16. And I can't prove it, but she probably breathed in plutonium when we lived in Denver in City Park, downwind of Rocky Flats in 1957. And she died in 1969 at the second biggest fire, the Mother's Day fire at Rocky Flats that year. So I'm glad for the vaccination opportunity. It's now, there's things changing in the BA5, but in any case, I don't approve of this project at all, the East Boulder development at all. So I'm not going to put lipstick on a pig. We're expanding as fast as we can. We need to contract. Al Bartlett's daughter's furniture store is going away. We don't have any service. You know who Al Bartlett is, Laura? Like the younger folks don't even know who these people are. That he gave 500 lectures on, population management at CU. This is the problem. Expansion, endless expansion is not, well, it's like Eben Fodor's book, better, not bigger. We don't need more, we need better. And this development, the Bbcp, I don't think it honors the Bbcp. I think the Bbcp has got more in it for interpretation with constraints to population growth than are being expressed in this development. I just went through the Board of Assessment Appeals property value fight, and my best comp was out at 85th and Arapahoe. I rode my bike 8 miles out there, 69 years old, with a shoulder that's 6 inches wide in some places, with big rigs coming by and cement trucks and Western Disposal and, people. Where's industrial? Where's commercial? Away? You're going to throw them away? Where are they going to go? We have industrial needs in our community. That means we're going to have to transport them. That means carbon footprint. Stop the growth. Stop already.
Thank you. And Jonathan Singer, you should be able to unmute your microphone now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Jonathan Singer, and I'm the Senior Policy Program Director for the Boulder Chamber, of which Corden is a member. I want to thank all the city staff and members who participated in the creation of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, and we want to thank City Council for making a smart, tough call when it comes to the parcel abutting Corden Pharma. For over 40 years, this piece of land has been used for the manufacture of life-saving medicine, including work on getting Moderna's COVID vaccine out as quickly as possible. And frankly, the Boulder Chamber would love to see more workforce housing and understands the pressure our community feels right now to create as many options as possible. That said, there's a right time and a right place question that needs to be asked. City Council did an admirable job of recognizing that this location was the wrong place at this time, but should industrial operations cease, it should be considered as a possible right place. As housing boomed in places like Denver and Commerce City, we began to see conflicts with residents located next to the Purina plant or the Suncor facility. And there's a real question of equity and fairness when housing is located near active industrial areas. There's no doubt that out of desperation or maybe even optimism that people will opt to live near these industrial areas. And that's why government needs to set appropriate precedent. And I don't believe that Boulder's values are compatible with setting the precedent of knowingly locating homes next to a 24/7 industrial facility. I'm not a lawyer, but I was a planning commissioner, and we spoke of this concept called coming to the nuisance. This is the idea that we don't want to create needless conflicts where additional nuisance complaints will come to an already overworked city staff. The idea of coming to a nuisance is that courts will give deference to the longest standing legally zoned operation first. So when an operation is already in existence, the noise, light, and traffic nuisances that are reported by newly located residents will be thrown out by the courts. This noise, light, and traffic may be considered a nuisance, but it's also an environmental health hazard. These effects are constant rather than intermittent train noise that was brought up earlier. Children and workers living in the area may have their sleep interrupted, which may affect development and productivity. But these nuisances are actually safety features. For an industrial operation dealing with heavy and sometimes fragile materials, that noise, light, and sound is actually about OSHA worker safety. So we ask that you adhere to the City Council decision with the understanding that should operations cease upon sale or change of the facility, that rezoning should absolutely be reconsidered to allow for more mixed uses. I want to thank you for your attention to this issue. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. And John, at this time, that is the last hand that I see up. So, oh, I'm sorry, we have Macon Cowles, whose name I always pronounce incorrectly. I'm the only one in the world who can't say it right the first time. You should be able to unmute now.
Good evening, Planning Board. My name is Macon Cowles, and I'm speaking to you from Whittier. What Corden is asking for is a veto over the creation of 180 homes. And just like homeowners in single-family houses don't want adjacent multifamily housing and come up with traffic and height and view blocking as reasons, Corden's coming forth the reasons that light and noise and 24-hour operations at this TOD site should mean that housing should not be permitted here. That is to impose a quality of life threshold that comes from a privileged place of single-family home ownership. Why would we deny 180 families of having housing here? Noise and light is a pretext. When my parents were 23 and 24 years old, they moved from the Midwest to New York City out of college. My mother was pregnant with my brother, and my father found an apartment that they could afford in Washington Heights. When my mother arrived, she found the apartment. She hadn't seen it before. She found it was on the second floor of this apartment building, and right outside the second floor was an elevated section of a subway train. And she was just stunned. But she said, while the trains rattled by and really disturbed her for the first day, within a week, they couldn't hear it anymore. And they appreciated having that home that they could afford. There are many things that are actually fine about this location. To the west of Corden Pharma is a lovely wetland with Boulder Creek going through it. It's only a few hundred feet from where houses would be designated here. It's about 3 blocks to the planned station on Arapahoe and to food and coffee shops. This is a great place to put housing in a mixed-use environment. And we shouldn't permit an adjacent property owner at the last moment to come in and block the site for housing. And after all, the sites for housing and the amount of housing we were going to have was a compromise in this plan, arrived at by all the community members and people on the working group working together for 3 years. Kathleen King, you did an excellent job of guiding this project through. We're lucky to have planners like you, but we need this housing. And I hope that you will not approve the amendment that's being requested by the city council. They hardly had any time to look at it. They're going to listen to you.
Sorry, Macon, but your time is up. Thank you so much.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you for participating. That is the last hand that we had up, and I have not seen any additional go up, John. So I believe we can close the public hearing.
Thank you. All right. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion here. I'm trying to see everybody's picture there. Okay.
John, do we give staff a chance to respond to anything they heard in public comment? And in particular, I wanted to ask about the comment that we had early on about whether housing would be compulsory, that for people doing redevelopment. That seems like a good point to clarify.
Sure, I think this would be very useful. So staff, you may want to respond to any points or questions that were raised.
Sure. For the question about a compulsory requirement to incorporate housing, the land use recommendations related to mixed use anticipate both vertical, so mixed use in a single building or a single development, as well as horizontal mixed use. So having a variety of uses along a street or within a neighborhood. So that would not require that redevelopment incorporate housing.
I mean, the point, if I understand your point correctly, it wouldn't be required in every building, in every location. The desire is to perhaps require it at a neighborhood scale.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting some weird.
Yeah, let me see if that's something I'm able to find.
Oh, okay. It's everybody. It's not just me. Okay.
No, everybody.
Okay.
I'm not seeing microphones on, however, that shouldn't be.
Yes, we would look to create that mixed use environment on a neighborhood scale. And as we go into zoning and code update studies, we'll look at how that can play out parcel by parcel and how that plays with some of the place type recommendations that are included in the plan.
But just a colloquy on that, would it ever be required for an individual redevelopment, you must incorporate housing for an individual property owner?
I don't think that that language is included in the sub-community plan.
So you're saying that it wouldn't be required, or that the sub-community plan does not specify?
The sub-community plan does not specify, and we don't have those type of zoning recommendations put together yet, but that's part of our implementation plan. And I see David popped up, so.
Oh, no, just
okay.
I just looked at the plan and trying to see what page I'm on. But the plan, it's in the evolving neighborhoods land use. And it basically states that how the mixed use is accomplished is going to be done through land use code amendments, rezonings, and the creation of new zoning districts. So all of that is to be determined as part of implementation.
Thank you.
Were there any other points raised in the public comment section that you wanted to respond to?
I don't think that anything else had come up that was like a similar question. So unless planning board had questions about those comments for staff, I don't have any other comments.
Okay, well, then I'll bring it back to planning board here. Look forward to a thrilling discussion. So, thoughts? Lisa?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody else. I don't think there's any need to assume malice, especially when we hear from folks, but I also agree with the feeling that I don't love the precedent of a single property owner or single business kind of coming forward right at the end. And I don't want to use the word end run because I'm not sure it was that. I mean, I recently vaccinated my child with Moderna, so I appreciate all the work you did. But regardless of who brings it forward, it's just a little difficult when you see a really long, multi-year, really intensive process. And then no matter how sympathetic or empathetic I might or might not be to whatever comes forward, you know, I don't love the precedent of somebody coming forward and that changing the plan that much. It's not ideal. And then I think the other thing that I would just say is that I'm being careful with what I'm saying because I might get scolded by some of you, but I wouldn't recommend this for Boulder. But like when you look at, for example, and we're not trying to be New York City, but when you look at cities like New York City, you can see an interesting example of a fairly loose zoning code that allows people to decide, do I want this to be a restaurant? Do I want this to be industrial? Do I want this to be commercial? Do I want this to be housing? And that's not what we're trying to do in East Boulder, but I just feel very hesitant to specifically say it can't be housing. I'd rather, in this particular case and in this area, you know, let developers decide and then let people decide if that's somewhere where they want to live. So people live next to really loud and somewhat noxious uses all the time, and unless it's like actually outright unsafe, I think my bias would be toward allowing housing and not restricting ourselves out of that. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm curious to see what everyone else thinks and how you're feeling about it. And I will also say that I dearly hope that this doesn't turn into a game of ping pong with council, because I really don't want to. But yeah, those are some of my general thoughts about what I've heard so far. And I appreciate all the time and effort that staff put into the plan overall, and everyone who spoke tonight and everyone who talked about this. I appreciate your time in the hour.
Okay, I see ML has her hand up.
Thank you, John. Because I have been so concerned with the way the map looks, I am going to propose something that might solve this whole debacle that we're in. And I understand, so there are two maps that are kind of playing off of each other here. One is the land use map, which in the planning board packet has removed this parcel of land from the mixed use TOD designation. And if we go back to our East Boulder sub-community plan and look at the East Boulder place types, that's where we see, and that's where the 180 unit count came from. That's where we see the designations proposed, which are innovative TOD non-residential on the western portion of that site, and TOD innovative TOD residential on the eastern portion of that site. So what I am recommending, since we have to kind of clarify what we want to do with this map because it doesn't acknowledge that there was a non-residential component proposed there. What I would suggest is that in the land use map, we reclaim that property that we're discussing into the mixed use TOD. And in the East Boulder place types, we identify that parcel that we're considering as all being innovative TOD non-residential, and then reclaim those displaced 180 units back into the larger innovative TOD area that is already designated. We're just going to be moving the residential piece from along the questioned location into the larger area that is right now partly innovative TOD residential and partly innovative TOD not residential. So we're moving the displaced housing into the area. This is all area that's already been identified for rezoning and for new uses. Let's just say, okay, we don't need to put the housing up there if we don't have to. Let's put it down here. That's a different map than the land use map. As long as we include that parcel in the land use map, we can then amend the place types so that we move the housing out of the area of concern. I don't know what percentage of people are concerned about it, but enough people to bring it to the table at this late hour. I think that would solve the problem in a way that causes the least amount of does the least amount of disrepair to all the work that staff has done to identify where do we want change. This would still be in the areas we want change. It would just be reallocating some of the place types, which is really what we're talking about, because the land use map looks pink and hatched, no matter what the place type says. So that would be my solution to this, that we have our cake and eat it too. Let's deal with the problem. If people are concerned, and who am I to judge that there really is or isn't a liability there, but we can get these 180 houses in the place type map as a change, since we've got to figure out what to do with that map anyway. Let's fix this problem with that map. So that's my suggestion. I don't think there's a right and there's a wrong. I think there's just it's a design problem, and we can solve that.
Thank you. Laura?
Could I start? Thank you, ML, for those comments. I think that's a very intriguing idea. Kathleen, would you mind displaying that map that ML was talking about with the place types for the stamp area?
Yes, I have that. Looking at it. Just a moment. Okay, share screen. Can you all see the map?
Yes, although I think she might have been talking about the one that has the bubbles rather than this particular one. The one that focuses on the stamp area and has the bubbles. I think that's more of a close-up view. It's easier to see.
Okay.
And I know that's more of a conceptual map, but yeah, that one. So I think what ML is saying is that ML, am I getting this right, that what you're proposing is we have those sort of 3 blobs of blue along the left that are innovation TOD non-residential, and that we swap some of that area for the band of orange across the top north of Western Avenue that is innovation TOD residential. Is that the proposal? Okay, so ML's giving me the thumbs up. And Kathleen, I think when we asked you about this earlier, your response was you would be reluctant to do that without additional outreach and sort of extending this process to include outreach probably to the property owners, I'm guessing, as well as some public input to think about swapping those land use types. And I guess I just want to check in with you about if we went down that road, what would that entail? And also just ask you, did you have solid reasons for why you wanted those particular properties to be non-residential rather than residential? Because I suspect you might have, but I don't recall from the East Boulder Working Group conversation.
Right. So when I described that I'd be hesitant to make a land use map change, and I am going to pull back up the sub-community plan document because there are, these 2 different tools in this sub-community plan. So there's the land use map, and this is the land use map that is consistent with the designations that are in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and this is the land use map that would be considered to be updated as an amendment or an update to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. ML is referencing this other tool in the plan, which is the place types map. And so for folks listening in, the place types describe in greater detail allowed uses, conditional uses, thoughts about density and intensity. And so a change to, I'll go back again. Sorry, I have so many fun plans open. So a change to the place types map, I would be certainly more comfortable with that than making a land use change where we're identifying a totally new area for a land use change, as opposed to revisiting or amending this place types map. So the reason that all of this area was identified as that innovation TOD non-residential is because we have similar concerns from the neighboring business here, which is Ball Aerospace. And so their involvement throughout the process, they had described a lot of their security concerns related to their facilities. And so working with the East Boulder Working Group subcommittee that was focused on the station area, we created this innovation TOD non-residential place type so that we could still get some of those mixed uses incorporated into the station area, but to ensure that they had this sort of buffer where there would not be any conflicts with residential adjacent to their property.
So Kathleen, if I could just interject here.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's nice and tidy to have these kind of conceptual diagrams either way they are, but it looks to me like those blocks of blue on the west, we could still keep a line of blue along that don't have the whole area be blue, right? Take the western side of those blue blobs and put the housing on, excuse me, the eastern side of those blue blobs, put the housing on that, leave the western side with the blue. It looks, if you look closely, if you look down there, you can see the buildings, they kind of are already some facing onto the one street side and the other facing the other. They're not, there's nothing that goes across all the way, at least from the looking underneath that. It looks like those parcels could potentially, so that basically what you're creating is you're creating an edge, kind of like what we do right in the city planning. It's just like a development edge that would move from one use to another use with an intermediate kind of a use, and then just keep all the residential facing to the inside of the proposed area, and along Arapahoe, kind of like that one orange one is there. I
Okay,
think that there's flexibility is what I
excuse me, ML, I think we had started out as Laura leading this little discussion here.
I know.
So-
I just wanted to jump in while Kathleen had the thinking about why that blue wouldn't work. And I just thought, okay, well, it could work if we split it.
So thank you,
So
John, for
Laura,
that.
carry on.
Thank you, John, and thank you, ML. And I think actually what ML is talking about is similar to what Councilmember Folkerts had described as a potential solution, which would be that sort of the back of the house uses. It could be like live work kind of space, and have the back of the house uses be non-living space, and have the front facing inward to this stamp area be living space. I guess I just want to get a sense from Kathleen. I don't know if I'm inclined to go in that direction. I'm glad that ML brought it up, and I'm glad that we're exploring it. If we did go in that direction, Kathleen, what do you think the process would need to be? Because you have indicated that you don't think it's appropriate to just make the swap without doing more outreach.
So I think making an amendment to the subcommunity plan that proposes a revision to this place types map within reason could be appropriate. Making a revision to the land use map, I think would be inappropriate and would require additional community engagement.
Okay,
so
good.
So the process would be to propose a new amendment where you are recommending a revision to the place type map in the East Boulder subcommunity plan. And, you know, if you were to make that amendment, I would just check back with our consultant team to be able to provide council with any information that they might have about how that would affect kind of the overall unit count and any other kind of concerns that maybe I'm not thinking of on the fly right now.
Okay, so that could be an option that we could consider, is going back to that bubble diagram, sort of splitting the bubbles in half so that along the western edge, those are blue and they're orange in the middle, and then presumably the same thing for the western parcel, the Western Avenue, that northern piece, it could be blue on the top and half orange on the bottom. Is that practical? Could that be done? Or like, I don't know, I don't have a good sense of like how large these parcels are, and you could have housing in half and not housing in the other half.
I would not split the parcels along Western Avenue. They are not of a size that could accommodate the type of development that we're envisioning falling into those two different categories.
Okay, and so
So
presumably
those would, that you would recommend changing those to the innovation TOD non-residential.
So can you pull that, I'm sorry, let's just specify what we're talking about with this alternative. If you pull that diagram back up, what we're talking about is
turning, changing this to blue.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe looking at this block and this block, you know, it'd be up to you which ones you want to propose. But splitting these bubbles in half and having the orange TOD, innovation TOD residential applied here, or here, or here and here, or here, you know, whatever you want to recommend.
Okay, and that doesn't give you pause the same way that changing the underlying land use map would.
Correct, because it's still within that vision of a mixed use neighborhood.
Okay.
In a location that the community has already supported.
Okay. I really appreciate that. I think that's really clarifying, and I appreciate ML for bringing that up as an option. I think, you know, we might go that direction. I would like to say kind of what I think, which is You know, my inclination is just to go back and say, based on more data and more discussion about both the process concern of setting a precedent here, about very last minute changes requested by a property owner that affect a large planning process that's been going on for many years. We looked at the noise level and the light issue, and I'm not convinced that those things are so significant that housing can't exist here. I'll tell you my personal experience is that I can fall asleep at a rock concert. I have slept through hurricanes, right? Like it would not disturb my sleep to have a pharmaceutical operation across the street. I did live on the north side of the Peloton where there's a 24-hour bus depot in operation. They were idling buses on my street all throughout the night. I slept like a rock, never noticed it. So, you know, and that's not everybody's experience, but there are people for whom that's not an issue, right? And I do think that, you know, if our goal in the Bbcp is to create more of these mixed use areas where we do not have the separation of housing over here and industrial over there, but we're bringing those things together into these walkable neighborhoods where people have services and people have restaurants and people have transit. You know, this is not going to be the first time that we face a housing development that's going to be next to a neighbor that might be noisy, is my anticipation. And so I'm not sure that we want to set that precedent either in terms of the process question of coming in very, very late in the process. And by the way, I do want to say very much I appreciate that John Drayling is here tonight and spoke to us. I didn't expect that, and it was a very pleasant surprise. And thank you so much for coming and representing those concerns, because I really do think that we need the voices and we need the data. So I personally am not convinced that this shouldn't be housing. I think that, you know, if I were sitting here in a quasi-judicial role, I would say that the applicant has failed to make their case that this parcel is unsuitable for housing, would be my determination. So I would recommend that we adopt, I don't want to delay the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan. I think the plan needs to move forward. I think that the tremendous amount of work that went into it and the tremendous amount of public input that went into it, we need to get this going, right? And so my inclination would be just to send it back to City Council without accepting their amendment and see what they say. And I do think that there are City Council members who may be open to reconsidering their decision based on additional deliberation, additional advice, and additional data. And I want to wrap up just by saying that I know that staff considered this area very, very carefully. And there was an additional consultant, MIG, that worked especially hard on the stamp area. And from that process, you know, this area has been designated as mixed use TOD with that portion along Western Avenue has looked the same since the 60% draft of this plan that was put on the street for the public to review back in June or July of last year. This is not a last minute thing that didn't receive any public input. It received a whole lot of staff consideration, consultant consideration, and public input. And I just am very, very hesitant to overturn that at the last minute without an extremely compelling reason. And for me, Corden Pharma has not made that compelling case.
Okay, thanks. Mark.
Thanks, John. I've been thinking a lot about this, especially this afternoon. I did a lot of looking at maps and zoning maps and Google Maps. And so I actually, at 5-ish, I put together a couple slides, and I'd like to share my screen. And I think this is appropriate and okay, just to show a little bit of my thinking on a map. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes, I think that would be very interesting to see.
Okay, so, okay, all right. And so my little Google sheet thing is can be kind of jumpy, but anyway, so the area that we're talking about, this is the Google aerial view of it. Corden Pharma here. This is an industrial manufacturing zone. Across railroad tracks, we have proposed housing. This is so similar. When looking at this and looking at problems and looking at solutions, you look and you say, well, what have other cities done? How does this work other places? Or how does this even work in my own town and other locations? So if you think about industrial, manufacturing, housing, railroad tracks, another area immediately comes to mind for me, and that is Valmont and 34th, which I think it's called 34th Way. This is Spark, call it Transit Village Area Part 1, call it Spark, call it whatever you want. It goes by different known names, but this whole area through here is all housing right up against the railroad tracks, opposite Soma Logic, other manufacturing, brewing operations, etc. over here in this industrial park. And so in this next view, here's 34th Street, 34th Way. The big white buildings here are all housing. Here's the industrial zone, and here are the railroad tracks. It's like the prior image, only rotated 90 degrees. And this is the street. This is that 34th Way, which I'm interested in because of its street design and so forth. It almost doesn't look like a street, but my real point here is the building on the left is a mixed use, residential, restaurant, retail on the lower level, housing above, with the railroad tracks directly, 20, 30 feet through the building are the railroad tracks. And in fact, the tracks are closer to this building than anything out by 55th. I mean, they are right there. This, to me, this is just an example of another spot with a very similar situation. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. There we go. And just make a couple other comments, and then I'll actually make a motion. I asked two rhetorical questions, and that is, does Corden Pharma meet all the city requirements and codes at its plant in the industrial manufacturing zone? And I say that's rhetorical because they're a good corporate citizen. They've been a good Boulder resident. So I'm going to say, sure, they do. And the initial sound measurements that Kathleen and planning staff have taken confirm that. And then the next question is, do they intend on carrying on in that nature of providing a safe manufacturing facility that meets all city codes and requirements in the future? Well, of course they do. So, so my proposal, to avoid ping-ponging back and forth with council, to honor the public engagement that's already been done in this plan, to provide clarity, is to simply make the motion as staff has proposed, with one addition. So I'm going to make a motion. I hope there's a second, and we'll see what happens from that. The motion is motion to adopt the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, including the incorporated 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan as adopted by City Council, with the single exception of striking the language City Council added to H1. Period. So that's my motion, and I'll be curious if anyone wants to second that.
Mark, can I make a comment about your motion?
Yeah.
I think the plan.
I think I'd like to throw in my 2 bits worth before we circle around again. Thank you, Mark. I think that is a very interesting comparison that you made, and it's very useful for us to think about, because the planning board approved that very recently. I mean, so recently that I can remember being part of that approval process. But and I think the comparison is very relevant as well. But I would also say that I am very hesitant to start moving blocks around the map at this stage after a 3-year process where these matters were very carefully considered, and I'm very reluctant to start juggling with the map at this point. And frankly, I'm surprised that the council did. I don't think that's an appropriate way to deal with a 3-year planning process with lots of public input. But the other point I'd like to make is that Corden Pharma, in addition to coming in at the last moment, and this is a process issue, and stating their dissatisfaction with the idea of a neighbor they may not appreciate. And
I'm sorry, we're getting that feedback again. I'm just going to mute you really quickly because that seemed to help last time, and then you can unmute yourself right away.
Right.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, you need to unmute.
Okay. Is this going any better?
No, I'm still getting that. Huh.
Man, I was going to make such pithy remarks.
I'm going to go ahead and ask everyone who's not actively speaking to mute. So Laura, I'm going to mute you. Maybe we're just having sort of a series of feedback. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks,
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. I'll be brief. I think, you know, the chamber has supported Corden in its remarks, but in fact, the chamber was an active participant in this process from the beginning, very active. And so I'm astonished that they now come and are willing to support Corden in its efforts when the chamber itself was such an active participant in this process. And I know this because both Laura and I were active in the process as well. And I was the planning board rep to it. So I believe I'm speaking with some knowledge about that. So my suggestion is, I think similar to Mark's, that if council feels strongly, they can justify and ask staff to reconsider the overall plan that has been developed. But I think for both council and ourselves to start juggling around specific parcels and specific proposals at the very end of the process is inappropriate, and I'm not willing to support it. So that's my thoughts.
If I may.
Yeah, Laura.
John, it sounds to me like we may have at least 4, possibly 5 votes if we want to make it unanimous and therefore a stronger decision to do what Mark is suggesting, which is to adopt the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, except for this amendment that talks about these parcels north of Western Avenue, east of Range Avenue, and west of 55th. So we would strike that amendment, we would strike it. And I think that any such motion would also need to ask staff to reconsider the changes that they made to the land use map that we're being asked to adopt also tonight, that were in response to that council amendment. So I guess I would want to check in with Lisa and ML and see if that is something that they would support, because I'm pretty sure that John and Mark and I do.
Yeah, let's, Lisa, what do you think?
Yeah, I would be open to that. I was also going to just bring up a procedural element, which is just that we're approaching 10:30. So I was going to recommend that we either find something we feel like we can vote on or consider continuing this item. Yeah, I honestly, I wish I'd had the time, but I didn't sit down and watch the council meeting, which they had this discussion. I am likewise puzzled that they made this change. So yeah, I'm curious to hear what ML says, but I would say right now I'm probably leaning toward just sending it back to him and saying, no, we don't agree. And then, you know, I'm sorry, I know that makes work for staff, but maybe staff can relay or the minutes from this meeting could help explain to council why planning board didn't adopt their suggested changes. And then, you know, hopefully we can do something more productive to move ahead. But I'm very hesitant to start changing maps or zones or messing too much with this because so much went into it ahead of time, and especially at this late hour and without a full board present, that doesn't feel right to me. So my vote would be either we continue it and discuss it more later, no preference for that, or that we just kind of kick it back over to council and say, sorry that this is now a game of ping pong, but we don't agree as a board.
Okay. And Mel, what do you think?
Thank you. Thank you, Mark and Laura and Lisa and John for your input at this point. The only point I was going to make about your motion, John, was that you would have to also not approve the land use map that is in that motion, because it in fact removes that whole parcel from the conversation. So that's the logistics about the motion. My intent with putting forth another option, number one, let's be very clear, I was not proposing a change to the land use code. This motion is dealing at that scale. So the land use policy, which is embedded in Boulder Valley Comp Plan, would be per the original recommendation that we made way back when, and include that parcel. Right now, the city council doesn't include that parcel. So it would be, let's go back to that. The thing I was recommending is at a finer grain, which is not cast in stone at this point. These are bubble diagrams. These are concepts. All of that gets fleshed out, if I am not incorrect, Kathleen and other planning staff. The specificity of that gets fleshed out in the next stages. So the consequences of trying to find peace amongst all of the players here was what I was looking for. It's like, some people are concerned about these things. If there's a way to fix them, let's fix them. If there's not a way to fix them, let's not go down that path, because yes, it's been a very big and robust process to get us here. But those decisions, those big legal decisions that we're voting on tonight and that we approved before, have to do with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan land use plan. And that's not what I'm proposing to make a change. The scale I'm looking at making a change at, or I was thinking of making a change at, is a different process. It's a different process, and it has different implications. And again, it was more to find peace. I don't want to second guess anybody's concerns. If they're valid enough concerns for council to send it back to us, then I'm like, let's see if there's a solution that creates a win-win, and everybody gets heard, and everybody has a place they can see that what they're concerned about has been resolved. And that was my intent. The whole thing about at the 11th hour, a single person makes a change, the process, it is what it is. We're where we're at. And I was just trying to take into account the fact that 6 council members were keen enough to bring this back to us with this change. And I was looking to find, as an architect, I'm a problem solver. I saw it as a problem to be solved, but I get it. Just to be clear though, right? It's a difference between land use and this place type. They have a very different significance in what we're doing here tonight. The land use is part of the motion. The place type is not part of the motion.
Okay. Well,
am I correct in that, Kathleen?
That's correct.
Okay. So just to be clear, and so that's where I stand. I am, if the will of the planning board is let's stick to, go back to what we said and we're sticking to it. I'm not gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But I do think it was worth a shot. So I'm glad I took it, to try to solve the problem. Thank you.
And then,
all right.
John, I could just
Go ahead.
Just so I can get on the same page and thinking about the motions that are included in the memo, it sounds like a motion has been made about adoption of the sub-community plan, but related to the motion to approve the proposed Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan land use map changes. It sounds like you would want to adopt you would want to approve the land use map changes as they are displayed or described in the sub-community plan, not the land use map that was included in your packet or that I showed on the screen this evening. So that would include all of that pink area remaining pink in your approved land use map changes. I'm not sure I described that well.
Well, I think what we'll do, we're considering a motion by Mark, and we'll go back to Mark shortly. But before we do that, I see David Gare may have some wisdom for us to consider before we move ahead with Mark's thoughts. He just disappeared. No?
Oh, sorry about that. No, I think that just in terms of listening to the board's discussion, it sounds like you're at a place where you can vote on the motion that Mark put on the table, and then we can sort the land use map out when that motion is brought before the board.
Yeah, I think that's the efficient way to do it. Okay, Mark, would you care to make a motion now?
Yes, and so I just sent an email because when in the past, when any of us have made a motion, Cindy has requested that language there in front of her. So anyway, I have a motion, and I think what I sent was incorrect, and I'm going to go back to what I originally said, and that is my motion eliminating what I tried to tack on to the end to accommodate the map. But I will read it, which is motion to adopt the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, including the incorporated 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan as adopted by City Council, with the single exception of striking the language City Council added to H1. Let's put a period there. I'm looking for staff input here. Let's put a period there and say, okay, planning board voted, and should we adopt that motion? Then in a subsequent motion, we would say what we needed to say so that the land use maps reflected our will, our motion. So do we have a second?
Mark, I would like to offer a slight change to the language because I think it could be misinterpreted.
Okay. A friendly amendment, Laura?
A friendly amendment. And then I would love to second this if folks will allow me to be the second. I think where you say with a single exception of striking the language City Council added to H1, that could be a little confusing. Okay. So you might reword it as adopted by City Council minus the language City Council added to H1.
Much better, more elegant.
But perhaps we would like to check with our legal staff to see, does this say what we want it to say? If we say minus the language City Council added to H1, is that sufficiently clear?
I think it's very clear.
Thank you, David.
I accept that friendly amendment.
Oh, okay. Can I just, Mark,
Yeah.
can I speak to that?
I think procedurally, I don't want to be a stickler here, but for Roberts, motion, second, and then motion maker speaks, and then deliberation ensues.
No, this is just a friendly about this language as well.
Okay.
Because basically what City Council did is they made an amendment to policy H1. So just don't accept the amendment to policy H1. Because we didn't have anything on H1. This is all City Council. Wouldn't it be cleaner to just say we don't accept amendment to policy H1?
They added that it was actually, if you look at the memo, council added words to H1. So they kind of extended the sentence, and that's what's in bold and underline.
Right.
And so
but they made the whole thing an amendment. They weren't everything else had to do with, there was something that we had done that they were going to shift. We hadn't done anything. They put a fresh new amendment on the table. That's, that might just be easier to just say, let's not accept that amendment.
I think that ML is correct that it was framed as City Council amended policy H1. So I would revise my friendly here and say minus the amendment that City Council added to policy H1.
Okay.
All right. Is that acceptable to you, Mark?
It is.
Seconded.
And does our legal advisor agree that gets the point across clearly?
I believe it does, yes.
I agree.
Okay. All right. Discussion? Anybody have thoughts? Laura, your hand is up.
I just want to say that my intention in doing this is to support City Council's considered deliberation and for them to know where Planning Board stands and why, and they did not have the benefit of that prior to their discussion on at the previous City Council meeting where they adopted this. So I hope that they take it in the spirit intended, that we understand and sympathize with their intent here, which is to make sure that housing in East Boulder is attractive and safe, and that it is our reasoned, deliberate judgment that these parcels can have attractive and safe housing, and that this will not become a slum, and that this will not be substandard housing for people of lower means, but that this will be an attractive and safe addition to the East Boulder sub-community plan, and that as the Planning Board, we do believe that that's what we are doing.
I'm absolutely certain that we'll have the opportunity to make that point to City Council. All right. Any other thoughts on this? I think I'll call a vote. ML?
ML, you're muted.
Can we put the motion back up, please? Thank you, Amanda. Yes.
Can you see that?
I can.
Okay. I added the word that just to let you all know.
Aye.
Okay. Lisa?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So that's unanimously adopted. So now we have the question of the map.
John, should we just go down the list of the 4 motions that staff had proposed? Because I think there's another one before we get to the map.
Oh, all right, sure. If you can show that, that would be good.
I think Amanda had it up.
Sorry, let me share again. Oh, come on. There we go. This should actually be 2.
So it's this motion to amend
Great.
Chapter 5 of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, BVCP, to add a summary of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. And I believe that summary was in our packet. And Kathleen or David, could you remind us whether there's anything in that summary that responded to that amendment that we just struck? Because I remember reading it and not having any concerns, but I would like to know if there's anything in there that responds to that amendment to policy H1.
No, there's nothing that describes the amendment to policy H1 included in the summary.
Okay, do we need to, is there any discussion here? I would invite a motion.
I will move to amend Chapter 5 of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, BVCP, to add a summary of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan as included in our packet, in the planning board packet for July, what the heck is the date today? July 19th, 2022.
Second that motion.
You second that, Mark?
I do.
Okay. Discussion? All right, I'll invite a vote. Mark?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
ML?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So unanimously adopted. All right. Shall we move to number 3?
Yes. I would like to make this motion.
Okay.
I believe the language Kathleen suggested was motion to approve the proposed Valley Comprehensive Plan land use map changes for the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan area, including the new mixed-use transit-oriented development land use designation as proposed in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. Was that the language? Was that the direction you thought would make the most sense, Kathleen?
That is what I described. I just want to check with David and Aaron to make sure that that's appropriate.
Okay.
Oh, David, you're on mute.
Kathleen, would you mind just stating what, so we're talking about changing the land use map in the area that's south of the railroad tracks. Which land, and now I believe it shows as industrial, which land use would that be changed to?
So that would be changed to mixed use TOD. And we're talking about all of the land use changes for all of East Boulder, not just the 55th and Arapahoe area.
Correct.
Okay, are we okay with this language now?
I think so. Just to clarify, this will undo the change to the land use map that was proposed in response to policy H1 as adopted by City Council. So we go back to having that whole block be transit oriented, mixed use TOD.
Correct.
Okay.
I will second.
Okay. So let's take a vote. Lisa?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
ML?
Aye.
And I vote aye. We have unanimous agreement on that one as well. Okay, one more. Who wants to move ahead with number 4 here? Mark, would you care to?
Sure. I need to practice. Okay. Motion to recommend adoption of ordinance 8544, amending section 9-2-19 why do we have quotes around rezoning?
It's the title of the section in the code.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Okay. 9-2-19 quotes rezoning BRC 1981 by adding rezoning standards to implement the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, semicolon, and setting forth related details.
Okay. Do we have a second? ML, would you care to second that?
Okay.
Very good. All right, let's take a vote. Laura. You're muted.
Sorry. With the understanding that this does not require completion of the Part 150 study prior to rezoning, I vote aye.
Okay. ML,
Aye.
Lisa,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
and I vote aye. So we are agreed on that one as well. ML?
I would like to, and I'm not sure where it would go. It's not part of a motion. It's not. I would like, as this goes back to City Council, I would like for them to have access to the conversation that got us to this, so that they can see that we didn't overlook the concerns. You know, especially with the thing that I put out there as a possible solution, it just wasn't supported. But I would like them to know that it wasn't just, no, we don't want this. We want to go back to the way it was. I would like them to have access to that, and I'm not sure what that process would be, but that I think that would be a kind thing to do, so that you know.
So something we've done in the past, Mel, and what I was about to ask the chair and ask the board if what they thought, I guess staff as well, is that at times when we've made a decision, often when we had like a split vote, which isn't the case here, but when we split 3-4-3 or something like that, that we have sort of designated a representative from planning board, if available, to show up on the night that council talks about that. And so I know, John, you've served that function multiple times. But in addition to them, you know, hopefully having access to the minutes and hearing from staff who I know will do their best to represent what happened, that sometimes we'll have a representative from planning board in the room. So I don't know what day this will be on their calendar, but what do you think? Does that make sense to you, John, staff? Any thoughts? Oh, sorry, you're muted.
We can't hear you, John.
It's going to council.
Apologies, John. I keep muting you because of the feedback. I'm sorry.
David, go ahead.
Well, we have the second reading of the ordinance going in September. I'm guessing that we'll probably go back to council earlier on the changes, just to kind of check in to make sure everybody's okay with where we all landed on the amendments. But typically, staff can kind of keep you apprised of how things schedule out, but typically the council will ask for board representation, and I would anticipate that they would do that with this item.
Yeah, I'm supposed to show up day after tomorrow, I think,
Yep.
on the Raising Cane's call up, and it's happened several times in the past, and you know, it's fun to do. So
it's part of the thank you for being the chair.
Yeah, I'm expecting it here too.
Yeah.
Well, I absolutely think that John will do a wonderful job of representing this discussion, both on Raising Cane's and on this issue.
Does that somewhat address your question, ML, or your recommendation?
Yes, I think that the council should get the benefit of the fact that, you know, it wasn't their considerations, their concerns weren't overlooked. They were just overridden. We don't have to tell it to them that way, but you know, there was a solution. We just chose not to back it. And I
David
think
told
that
us we had power, and then we exercised it.
But exactly, I think that is a beautiful thing, that they should be aware of. We're a highly functioning planning board, and we take the process very seriously. And of course, their input and the input of, you know, the public, however it came, that, yes. So I think that, John, when you go to represent us, I would hope that the spirit of, our goal is not to just, you know, override anything without putting everything on the table that's possible.
Oh, yes.
I think this might just be a vast conspiracy to never let David Gear retire. Possible.
Oh, true.
Sorry, David. Thank you for being here.
Okay, Laura?
May I ask, in the spirit of efficiency, is there any possibility that when this goes back to City Council, it could be another joint meeting so that Planning Board and City Council can get aligned on the same night? Or is that not necessary? We've passed something and now it's up to council to pass it.
Yeah, I think that's typically how the process has worked in the past. And, you know, the council will either give you another idea or they'll accept your amendment. And yeah, I don't know that we've never done it that way in the past. If we were to do it, I would want to maybe run it by the council agenda committee, but I frankly, I don't think it's necessary, especially in light of the fact that on this amendment, it was also a split vote on the council.
So David, am I understanding this correctly? After the council either approves what we sent, if they approve what we sent them, then it's done?
It's done.
Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Got it.
Okay, I personally am not a great fan of a joint meeting either. I think the logistics prevent the same kind of discussion from taking place that we've had tonight, and which I think is very valuable. Okay, are we finished with this matter? Well, thank you to staff. Appreciate that.
And thank you for all of your hard work on this. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can move. In fact, I've lost track of my agenda now. I presume we move now to matters from the director and staff. Brad?
Well, I just want to add real briefly that I appreciate the careful deliberation of the board. It's evident as somebody kind of coming new to all this that you have a deep passion and concern for the community, and also the commitment to really understanding complex issues. So I commend you for that and appreciate it. And just, I know I could say this at every single meeting, but just want to acknowledge all the hard work of staff leading up to this, particularly a years-long project. So appreciate everything they've done in that capacity too.
Oh yes, we're very appreciative of that as well. So thank you.
No other comments.
And it's also been excellent to have David Gare here.
Yeah, I appreciate
it.
And can I just take a second as a member of the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan Working Group? I just really want to emphasize to Brad coming in new how amazing Kathleen's leadership has been on this project, and the entire team, including the outreach team. You know, some of them have moved on, Jean Gatza, Holly Opansky, but some of them are still here. And, you know, this has been a marathon, you know, with COVID and families changing and, you know, different direction from council and planning board. And they have just been, I'm so impressed with the planning staff and the work that they have done here and the consultant MIG. It's just been all around, I gave big kudos to the Parks Department earlier for the master plan, but I was not involved in that to the same extent that I was with East Boulder. I saw all of the underpinnings, all of the workings, and I just could not be more appreciative, and I could not give a louder kudo to Kathleen and her team. So I just really want to emphasize that even though there have been some things we've wanted to tweak, it's just been amazing.
Yeah, thank you for saying that and sharing that perception. And I couldn't agree more. It was immediately clear to me when I was reviewing documents upon my hiring and getting started, just the breadth and depth of effort that had gone into this, and just the real smart planning. And as Kathleen knows, I think it was day 2 that I said, hey, you got to get me out on a tour here. So she's promised to do that, and we've got it on the calendar, and she's going to hopefully my brain will absorb all the great detail that's embedded in the plan as well.
Okay, I agree.
Super fun to work with you guys. Thanks for everything. There'll be a lot more East Boulder talk moving forward. We've got a lot of work to do on implementation, so look forward to continue working with everybody.
Fantastic. Can't wait to have you back, hopefully with the plan approved, council willing.
All right. All right, any other matters from staff right now? If not, there's one I'd like to ask about, and that is, Amanda, you ran a poll about retreat timing. Can you summarize what you found?
Yes, I did run a poll. Unfortunately, there were multiple conflicts, so we have not landed on a date just yet. I did talk to Maro Zagoras today, and was given some dates that she's available. But we would need to kind of nail that down pretty quickly. If you guys are open to it, I know it's late right now, but I can give you at least those dates, and I can create a new poll and send it out tomorrow.
Okay, I think that's an efficient way to do it. So why don't you do that?
Well, I looked these dates over also with some of our staff calendars, and so we have August 24th, August 25th, 26th, 30th, and 31st. And if none of those work, we have a couple more dates in September.
Okay, well, why don't you send that poll out tomorrow and let people respond? I have trouble doing that coherently myself at this point.
Sure. I'm sure everyone will need to look at their calendars.
Yeah.
And please do include the September dates, because I think I have a conflict with the August dates.
Okay, I will. The other dates in September were the 12th and 13th.
Okay, well, if you can send out that poll, then people need to respond pretty quickly then. And I hope we'll get George and Sarah in the picture there too. So.
Will do. I'll get something sent out to you all soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Any other points anyone wants to raise? Did this go okay tonight, do you think? Just to get your opinion on how we dealt with what was in front of us tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I thought, I mean, I know it's getting a little later than desired, but I thought we were pretty efficient and everybody was kind and respectful to each other, and council may or may not like where we landed, but I think without continuing the item, it was the right place to go. And I just felt hesitant to start messing with something that much work had gone into. So I felt like it went well.
Good. Okay.
I also felt it went well. I do think that one thing that has been helpful in the past is when Hella really keeps us on track with process, like saying, staff should have a chance to respond to this. And it's just really useful to have that backup, because we all get really excited about what we're talking about. And so I would invite our legal staff to continue to play that role of, you need to make sure you check in with the public at this time, or check in with the staff at this time, or here's the process for making a motion. Please feel free to interrupt us, because we get going on the train.
That's good to know. Hella will be back next week, but I appreciate having those liberties. So thank you for offering that.
You have express permission. Please do.
Okay. Well, congratulations. We're finished for tonight, I think. Would anyone, oh, Mark? Well, oh,
Sorry, I was giving the thumbs up for being finished.
okay. Let's adjourn this session here. Okay.
Good job,
night.
everybody. Good night.
Good night.